Thanks. I forgot about that. I had to record something earlier. You probably heard me tippy-tapping a bit. Thanks. I was just looking at the fact that the photo that I posted is not correct. Also, sorry for the double ping on, like, live now and at everyone, but... Was I saying mean things about chat? No. No, I would never say mean things about chat. Alex, you changed your name again. That's cute. I like Plague Rat. Are you going skaven on me? I'm partnered with Monument Hobbies. Kronks! Oh, I'm gonna scoop you up in my arms and I'm gonna give you a little kiss on the head. Thank you so much for 4 months in a row, dude. Thank you. That's so sweet of you. I forgot to go make a PB&J. What kind of reacts we doing? We're gonna react to some tank videos. We're gonna learn about tanks and then maybe some guns. Because I'm gonna give you guys a gun show. No, I'm just kidding. Although I do technically have the camera set up. It was set up because I had to record my thing saying that I'm now partnered with Naturopine, but we're not doing that announcement until later. So, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Thanks for the guns. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't that great. You taste like you, but better. One night and one last time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't that great. He tastes like you, but better. Thank you so much, Spherical Pigeon. Thank you. I'm really excited. It's actually with all of Monument Hobbies, but the thing I've used the most is Pro Krill. I was super psyched, because I love Pro Krill so much. Troubling Development sent me some extra Pro Krill, and I've loved it. What else do they do? They also do, they have really great brushes. Really great brushes. I've really enjoyed using them. They also have, like, cleaning products for your brushes. I mean, it's all paint-centered, but they have these, I'll show it to you guys, but they have these, like, training, they have the, like, training things. I need to go make a PB&J. Is that the famed Monument Hobby sponsor, Gremlin Mae? I'm not sponsoring them. Vibrates in military history autism. I'm actually super psyched. Is there a way to learn about history without it being weird? Can I just, like, learn about history? Dude, I don't know shit about history. I think maybe we should start, like, with the American Revolution. No, I think we should go back further. No, I think I only care about kind of American Revolution on. You get what I mean, shaking my SMH. Start with the fall of Akkad? Okay, we can do that. That's that YouTuber, that right-wing YouTuber, right? Right? We'll just do Gremlin Mae learns all the history of everything ever. Because the thing is, I'd like to learn about conflicts that... No. Not that asshole. A different one. I'd like to learn about conflicts outside of the US. I feel like military history is very US-centric. I'd love to learn about, like the Roman Empire. Like, what was going on with the Roman Empire? Do you know what I mean? Like, what were they doing? What was happening? Did you guys know I've never seen 300? I've never seen any movie like that stuff. Thank you so much, Haddon. I'm really excited about it. It feels like a huge step up. Dylan, thank you so much.
Learning without becoming a shithead is absolutely something.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Thank you. The vote of confidence is actually really nice. Military history is so America-centric is such an American thing to say. At least okay, my dad is obsessed with the presidents. He loves the presidents. Teddy Roosevelt is his favorite president. loves Teddy Roosevelt. And, you know, I think my dad just thinks that Teddy Roosevelt is a good man, you know? I don't really know enough about Teddy Roosevelt. He gave me a book about the time that Teddy Roosevelt went to the Amazon. Rome built some roads and things, and there was even a salad or something right in front of my salad. I love tasting history. Yes. Least historically accurate film you've ever seen. Well, okay, so my dad, like, when I say he loves Teddy Roosevelt, I mean he loves Teddy Roosevelt. That's his guy. That's his dude. Like, that's his man. And he's read, like, all the Teddy Roosevelt, like, he reads a lot of president biographies. Big Teddy is my homie. Is that the copper merchant that the person complained about? All of the Teddy lore? The thing is, like, if I learned about Teddy Roosevelt, I could talk to my dad about it. I did call my dad this morning because I fully funded my 2025 Roth IRA account. Now, I did not do this on my own. My parents are doing this thing called a living inheritance. So instead of waiting until they kick the bucket, they're giving me money to invest now. And it's really nice, super sick. My dad was like, let me switch over. My dad said his reasoning was that they wanted me to be able to basically say, like, thank you, and get it invested, like, while they're still alive. And because he said I'm starting on retirement 10 years earlier than he started, which is crazy because, like, my parents have been retired since they're, like, my dad's mid-60s, maybe earlier than that. So my hope is to get it fully funded this year. My parents are basically matching my contributions up to 50%, and I can put in $7,000 each year. So that's my goal, is to get $3,500 squirreled away. And what I'm doing is basically, right now I haven't had any left over each month. I basically use every bit that I make to live, because I make about $400 to $600 a month, and that's what I need to live. And so if I ever go over, the first thing I do is I buy a little bit of art for the channel, or I spend it on something that'll be used for the channel, and then the rest goes to savings. Because I try to add a little bit of value to the channel each time, rather than just, like, you know, it going straight to savings. Like, I want to buy, like, at least one piece of art, or put a little bit away for a custom model, or yada yada yada. Also, I hope I don't even know if you guys can hear the music. It seems really low. Also, I've been looking forward. I've been thinking about what we're going to be doing during the month of May. One thing I'd like to do is each Sunday, or bully, as Teddy would say, bully for you. Every Sunday, I'd like to dress up and do a little role play with you guys. Tuesdays are going to be TTRPG Tuesdays. We're going to have a day for dedicated React content.
My favorite Teddy Roosevelt fun fact is that he got shot before a speech, survived, and then gave the speech for 2 hours before receiving any medical attention. He even bragged about surviving the attempted assassination in the speech.
Wow. Yeah, so, like, I'm going to dress up as a vampire one week, I know. Yeah, so, Harp, I maxed out my 2025 contribution literally, what is this, like 5 days before it closes, and then we'll max out this year's hopefully by April of next year. Fingers crossed, you should be saving for retirement no matter your age. So yeah, so we'll do Sundays as, like, a little role play. So I'm gonna steal Joel's idea. I'm just stealing it. I'm absolutely stealing Joel's idea of taking chat on a date. I love the idea of taking chat on a date. It's gonna be really awful. It's gonna be really bad. Because I'm not gonna be doing it as a VTuber. I'm doing it as a real human woman. So I'm gonna get really dressed up. And what I want you guys to do is I'm gonna try to get us, like, a template we can use. Muse, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. And you guys can submit your best outfit. And what I want is I want you to absolutely give me the worst Photoshop job possible. Can you give us a teaser blah blah with tongue tracking? Blah. 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 Am I intimidating? Am I scary? The one thing is that I would like to buy a little bit more makeup. There's like 2 makeup items that I want, and I've got to wait until I get my Twitch payout to buy them. But actually 3, because I want to get some fake eyelashes. I want to learn how to do fake eyelashes. I've never known how to do that. I think that'd be really cool. One of the things I want to challenge myself with in the month of May is to try to do my makeup every day, even if it's just a little bit, even if I don't get on camera. I also have to figure out my workout schedule, because I think we're going to be doing 12 p.m. CST to 8 p.m. CST. I know that's not the best for you guys, but I don't want to have to wake up at 5 a.m. to go to the gym, because I'm still going to be going to the gym 6 days a week. I am going to... My main issue, Ash, is that I have glasses, and I don't know if I can wear them with glasses. Oh no, I can't see anything without my glasses. I'm also thinking about getting new glasses. I want to get bigger ones with, like, lighter frames. Blah. Hi, Icarit. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't remember. Blah. The teddy bear got its name after the story of Teddy Roosevelt refused to shoot a trapped bear cub someone set for him, and he ordered it to be released. I did know that. That's like the one Teddy Roosevelt fact I know. That, and he got stuck in the Amazon one time. Don't remember. I will say they felt like having something in my eye for like 15 minutes. Oof.
Me?
Oh yeah,
Have you ever watched epic rap battles of history? They do rap battles based on historical figures. Shocker. I know where they try to match the figure they portray and trying to include facts and quotes from that figure.
Honey, I grew up on the internet. I definitely know about epic rap battles of history! In the big 2026 is hilarious too. Teddy Roosevelt from A Night in the Museum. Yeah, that guy. I forgot he was in that. I bet they had to pay a necromancer like big time to have that happen. I feel like epic rap battles of history were like such a big part of... Yeah, I do it with iPhone. I think I use VBridger, which I think is super helpful. I mean, I can still wink even with glasses.
Did I ever
But-
mention that?
Thank you. I think one of the big things is that my light is above me, not directly in front of me, and it's not a ring light. It's a square light. I like it quite a lot. Sig!
Then you're getting ready to be normal.
Hello! Oh my god, it's Johnny Silverhand. Please kiss me. Oh my god. Hi, did you guys have a good time playing Cyberpunk? You guys were at it for a while. I woke up at 6:30 this morning and you were going, and I was gonna join in, but I didn't recognize what was on the screen, so I was really scared that I was gonna get spoiled on something. Here's Johnny. I haven't thought about Johnny in a hot minute. I've been very occupied. Today I didn't do my spin workout. Oh, I need to introduce myself. Hi Raiders, my name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber and I do whatever makes my ADHD go brr. And today we're learning about tanks and history. We might watch some tasting history, but Rax, one of our viewers, has put together a tank playlist for me, including a video that they made specifically for me to learn about tanks. So I'm super excited. I am very spoiled, and I know it. So we will all have to say thank you, Rax. And I'm pumped. I feel like Warhammer has kind of gotten me into No, don't. Okay, don't perceive Rax. Never mind. Don't do it. No, you're getting loved and appreciated, Stanky. Thank you, Rax. No, we did the monthly model review yesterday. That was yesterday. I'm sorry if you missed it, Classic. Aw. Maybe today we'll change that. I just think they're kind of mechanical marvels. The more I've like looked at them because of Warhammer, even though those are fantasy tanks, I've been like, these things are crazy. I want to understand how they work. Ah, that's so cool. Well, I hope you had a great time playing Cyberpunk, and I'm glad you threw your folks to me. Does it include 6-hour video lecture of Russian dude about Baneblade? Does it? I don't know. There's a whole video in Finnish. As a history nerd, I'm interested to see what Rax thinks is worth learning about. Well, because I know that Rax was a tank operator, tank person. I think Rax used to do tanks. I don't know. It's the mouthy model review where you tier list models on mouthfeel. Oh, you're so right. Okay, well, let's get started with that. What's up, everybody? Gremlin Mae here. We're gonna be rating Warhammer models based on their mouthfeel. Okay, so today we have a classic Noise Marine. This is what it looks like. This is a Noise Marine from the, I don't know, it's the Blissbound Warband box. Okay, this is what he looks like. And I'm gonna rate him on his mouthfeel. I'm gonna say it's unpleasant, but it's not awful. I would rate this. I would rate this 2 Slaneshes out of 5 Slaneshes for mouthfeel. The taste, it doesn't have a taste. So that's good. Thank you so much for watching today's mouthy model review. Tune in next time to see me attempt to put Fulgrim in my mouth. I'm not gonna do that, okay? That was just for the YouTube video. Then I'm gonna put Fulgrim in my mouth, you stupid. It's so wet now. I hate my life. Oh, God. Oh. I don't think you're allowed to show that on Twitch, mate. I have the model, I just haven't put it together. You mean the mini, right? You mean the mini, right? Listen. Of course I mean the mini! Why are you being weird about it? That was making my forehead look really wrinkly. Hello, chat. You're the weird ones. Anyway, also... I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do another bit. Okay, anyway. Blah. Blah. I'm gonna have to make my model vampire. Is this vampire enough? Do we think Halloween Mae counts as a vampire? Maybe this is too mean, but Battle of the Foreheads with Bricky. Is my forehead that big? Once again, we're in this space where I'm like, this seems like a normal forehead, but I've lived with it my whole life, and no one's ever commented on it. Does that make sense? No one's ever talked about my forehead, so it's never been an insecurity of mine. Now, if we would like to add forehead to the list of my insecurities, I'm ready for it. I do think I have an equally shiny forehead. It's a normal forehead? Yeah. She has such an, like, Mae has such a nice pointy tongue. Do you see she has such a nice pointy tongue? I feel like I got a like a wide tongue. I'm creating insecurities in real time. Can you not make your tongue a point? I mean, I can roll it. Oh, I feel like I just did. I did. I made it into a V. Tongues are like the weirdest part of the body. Can I just say that? Oh, thank you so much. I'm really excited. I love Monument Hobbies, dude. Love, love, love it. Oh! Bit of honey is making Botan. You do really like my glasses? Thank you. I was thinking about, I was thinking about getting larger. Like, I want the nice gold ones, but I don't know if you can see. Can you see how thick my lenses are? It made my head so tiny. Whoa, welcome to a day in the life of a VTuber. Ah! I don't know why it like makes me want to do that. I'm really blind, yeah. I'm like a negative 8.2 in one eye and like a negative 7.8 in the other. This is shaved down too. This is like after they've been shaved. Pretty bad. I go to Costco. Maybe this is a little crazy, but Costco has great glasses and you don't need insurance. If you have a membership, it's like pretty cheap. That's where I got these from. You rainbow. You look cute as heck in your skin. That's not a weird thing to say, right? You're like a negative 0.5 and a negative 0.75? Brother, you guys gotta get up on your lack of vision gains. It's true. One time I got unshaved sunglasses. They were literally thick, this thick. They were like Coke bottle glasses. Nope, nope. You guys are not blind. Like, I cannot see my own facial expressions in... Okay. Yeah, like if I were to smile, I can kind of vaguely see that I'm smiling, but I also can't discern what my eyebrows are doing very well. I can't see from here, basically. And there's like, I don't know, an arm's length of distance away, and I'm a little bit smaller in the camera, but no one can see their... True. I also have astigmatism in this eye. I have astigmatism in both eyes, but it's worse in this eye, which makes driving at night awful. I can't read your facial expressions. Oh, is that because you're autistic? Yes, but actually I literally can't see them. I was thinking about that. It kind of feels like, you know, I don't know. I clean my glasses after the shower every day. You really should. You have to get checked for glaucoma because your dad had it. I don't think my dad has glaucoma, but he has had cataract surgery. Oh, Zobo, you definitely should, because it'll get worse if you don't get it checked out. Please don't stigmatize anyone with either of your eyes, May. I'm sorry. I can't help it. That's just me. Maybe I'm just a quirky girl. Maybe I'm just too much of a quirky girl. I can't help it. I'm not like other girls. I like Warhammer. When you say that, I get irrationally upset. Good. No. Please stop asking about the Eisenhorn review. It makes me feel bad. I know you're being, like, you just want to keep up with it, but it makes me feel really bad because I haven't finished it. The Warhammer / AOS official ramen shop in Japan? No. Because trust me, I think about it every day, multiple times a day, Nico. I don't have to be reminded. Are you MPDG maxing? What is that? It's true. If I had 20/20 vision, it'd be over. Over for you guys. I mean, it's kind of the same here. It's pretty dirty. Thank you for making biscuits. That's what making biscuits is. That's what you guys do every time you use that toggle. You turn me into an old lady. Yeah, well, I decided that I have to restructure the entire Eisenhorn review because I wrote so much of it and then it has no structure. I can be your... I had a man once call me the sapiosexual dream girl. The sapiosexual, so like men or like people who are attracted to intelligence. It's like, okay, listen, I've done many things in my life. This is also, this man messed me up. I'll tell you what, this man messed me up. He was an alcoholic neurosurgeon studying to be a neurosurgeon. We were sitting on a bench in a park and he said something that I think about all the time, which is that I was putting my hair up. He stopped the conversation we were having and said, "Stop being so attractive." And that messed me up more than you could ever know. Because he ghosted me like a week later. And then I had a mental breakdown. And I had to go to the hospital. Not the hospital. But it wasn't because of him. That didn't help. But I had to go to therapy. And then that hasn't happened again, so it's been fine. I was also working 40 hours a week, well, more like 60 hours a week at a boys and girls club, as the, like, manager. I had, like, very little management experience. I was in charge of 120 kids, and I had 3 employees, and I was getting paid 40 grand a year to take care of 120 kids for 4 hours every day, 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours every day. And with 3 employees. It was awful. That was actually the reason that I had my little bitty breakdown. My little bitty breakdown. And then I went to therapy and learned how to not have breakdowns. And it's been fine. I've been through way worse. And I made it through. Therapy works. I don't know. I don't want to be like, I had to go to therapy. Like, I don't want to do like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Like, yeah, they put me in the insane asylum. Yeah, I had to go to the hospital because I just couldn't imagine what it was like to exist on this earth without a man. That sounds like it would need education and pedagogy. Yeah, but nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. You completed therapy and are now perfect and have no problems. Samesies? No, that's not what I meant. I can just handle my problems a lot better. You give off cottagecore vibes? That's so sweet of you. Are you even living if you haven't had mandated therapy appointments? Oh. Well, that's Camus's. That's actually something that I brought up in my review of whatever. I brought that up about Euphrates Keeler. That Euphrates Keeler is basically just a Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Look at my new water bottle. Look at it. She's so silly. New water bottle. New water bottle, babes. Ooh, look at the little handle. Okay, I did. I used to make sourdough. I used to work in a fermentation kitchen. It's purple. It's my favorite color. Not a Stanley. This is the new Stanley. It's a brewmate. This one's making a come up. Are you E-teen maxing? What is an E-teen? Did I watch a tutorial on how to do e-girl makeup last night from like 11 years ago? Yeah, because it was super fun. Oh, I have to have a straw. That's the tactile sensation. We gotta do e-girl makeup one day. Do you guys think I could be an e-girl? Do you guys think I could? I think I could. I think I could be an e-girl. I was thinking about getting a wig that was like green and black like this model. I can get one for like 20 bucks on Amazon. It'll be shiny as fuck, but you can always use baby powder to unshine it. You become too powerful. Okay, but imagine this. E-girl makeup with the guns. Have we thought about this? Have we considered? Honestly, don't even remember what an e-girl even is. Imaru. Like, that's the best example. Imaru. Isn't that who I'm thinking of?
Sorry, I'm just realizing how fucking lonely I am because the face May made when she was making a joke about being a manic pixie dream girl noticeably made my heart beat faster.
I don't even know what face I made. I will be unhot the entire rest of the stream. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, Imaru. God, Imaru is so pretty. Oh, she gives me cuteness aggression, dude. She's so beautiful. I say that, like, in the most platonic way ever. She is kind of my type of girly pop, but I just, like, have such a respect for her as a creator that I can't even objectify her. She's just, like, so beautiful on, like, such a woman, like, a sapphic level. I don't know how to explain it. She's just, like, so beautiful. She lied as naturally as she breathed. know. I've always imagined myself as like, what's the best way to describe this? Yeah, no, Rax, I get that. That's literally how I feel about Frankie. I'm not even kidding. Every time I see him, I want to punch him. I've talked about this before, but it's so weird to me. I don't understand it. It's like a strange cuteness aggression that I get. I'm just like, I want to punch that man. I'm slowly realizing all you people are lonely freaks. Talk to the foot, dude. We're happy lonely freaks. We're having a good time on Twitch. Hello? Hello? Oh, nobody's picking up because they don't care. They don't care about you and your opinion. Nobody picked up the phone. I'm just holding it to my ear for this bit. They were socked. I don't think socked gets you on a wiki. I do. Boink. 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 Oh, I can't show that one really easily. Boink. I want one of the tarot cards from Cyberpunk on this arm. Right? Okay, imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine this. Johnny's silver hand holding a tarot card from Cyberpunk on the other arm. Huh? What do we think? What do we think? It's good. It's good. I need it. I need it. The Fool is probably one of my favorites, honestly. I think it would be so good. I like The Fool a lot. Streamer gives real Fool vibes. Please. Please. LOTM? I don't know what LOTM is. Layers of the Moon. Lost of the Morning. Lord of the Mysteries. Never heard of that. Well, it wouldn't be like the Fool tarot card. It would be the Fool graffiti from the game. So I don't think people would recognize it as much. Because this one is just the Sagittarius star sign. Because I thought about getting a tarot card, but I wasn't as into them then. And this says, if not now, when? Great quote. If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am not for me, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? I can't ever remember the full thing. If I'm only for myself, then who am I? Anyway, if not now, when? There's a quote. The if not now, when comes from Pirkei, the teachings of our fathers. Such a great quote, you can't even remember it. The important part is, it's about, basically, if you only look out for yourself, you won't have a community. If you don't look out for your community, you won't have one. If you don't look out for yourself, you won't know who you are. And if not now, when? You know? Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Maybe Johnny is in front of a backdrop of Arasaka Tower getting nuked. That would be a cool piece. I think, like, I want it to match this one, but it's just it's like the robot hand holding the card. Oh my god, I'll find the quote. I really have to go pee. My ADHD won't let me.
If you teach Fishman,
If I am not for myself, who will be? If I am only for myself, who am I? If not now, when? There, that's the full quote. I just haven't read it in a long time. Bye, Adden! I gotta go piss, girl. Princess? Hey, princess? Take care of yourself while I'm pissing, okay? Because I'm gonna be pissing all by myself and it's gonna be so sad for me. So I'll be right back, princess. Toodaloo. Fishing all by yourself, handsome. In the Danish community, an individual is seen as being necessary for each other. We find ourselves in the reflection of others. True. Well, that's what they, if I'm only for myself, who am I, is. Also, update on month of May. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the, did you put it in Warhammer? Okay. Are these purchasable? Where are you at in Cyber? I've made no progress, Huthor. It has been gym, home to stream, work on shit, go to sleep. Okay, I need to purchase 2 of these. We're making a bikini out of it. I'm not kidding. I need to purchase 2 of these. How do I purchase 2 of these? Okay. I need to shut the fuck up about this man. He doesn't know who I am, and I literally do so many bits involving his content. I think it's even funnier. It's not up on Orchid 8. Lincoln May, okay. Oh, it's under Adeptus Ridiculous. This week only. I can buy a 6-pack? For $30? How big are they? 195 millimeter diameter 100. What is, How big is 195 millimeters? Do I have a freaking ruler anywhere in this house? I gotta go get a freaking ruler. Does anyone know that in freedom units? What is that in freedom units? My mom's thing only has freedom units. Okay, 7.6 inches. That's big. That would be I think that might be too big. Oh, come on. It's like 7.6? That's gigantic. Holy schmoly. That's just, okay. The radius would be half, so the full diameter of it. I mean, you're right. It is a skill issue. That is a bit crazy for a coaster. I think we could do it, though. Okay, if I got 6 of them... Okay, because I joked about making it into a sweater. Would you guys... I think the sweater would be funnier. I think we could do... Rax, that's a little over the line. No, like a granny square jacket. Okay, or a granny... Okay. Here's what we'll do. Okay, so this is a granny square or a granny square thing. I'm gonna measure how big the granny square is. These granny squares are 4.5 inches. You need like an inch clearance on... You need like an inch clearance when you're doing a granny square. So what I'm envisioning, right, is you take the circular objective marker. I probably have an extra coaster in here somewhere. I don't. Okay. Usually I have a coaster lying around somewhere. So you take, well, hold on, my brain is braining right now. I think I can make this work. Sorry, I was going to get a sheet of paper. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. What we could do is use this as the basis. My really big one. How big are these squares? These are 7 inches! Okay. I think I can make that work. So the way I do it is, right, this has a certain number of panels that it uses. Now, the threes is the best. Three's the best, in my opinion. Three panels on the back. So how many panels is this total? This is 12 panels for the back. Oh, wait. Does that use 5? Oh, that uses 5 panels on the back. Okay. Well, 5 panels at 7 inches is a total of 35 inches. So if our panels were 8, we could do 4. Or we can make them 9. 9 by 3 is 27. We'd still be short. We can make them 10 inches, but that seems really... That seems quite large. But that might be the best thing to do, is to make the whole square 10 inches. And then do a 3Z panel. And it would be 10 by 10. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's wider than it is long. We could do a 3 by 3 because like this thing's so huge anyway. So it would be a little bit shorter, right? It might come up to like here. Yeah? I think that'd be fine. Okay, so then we'd need 3 by 3, so we need 9 total. And then we'd need another 6. So I need 15. So I would need to get 3 packs. God, it would cost $90. Honestly, I might save about $90 on the yarn. And we gotta do it bright orange. We gotta do it in a brick color. Do you know how much this cost? This costs like over $100, I think. I mean, like, crochet is not cheap. Crochet is not a cheap hobby to get into, I'll tell you that. Do I have an obnoxious orange color? What do I have? So, let's see what we're currently working with. We could do it patchwork, so we could just use everything I have. I do have this nice gold, but I don't have a lot of it. I've got tons of this green. Oh, I guess this is another sweater that I crocheted. I don't remember crocheting this sweater, but I guess I did. Cool. Here, I think this is the arm for something. And I think this is a back. I have a lot of this red. This is a pound of this red. What was I using that for? I think we could use red for the brick theme. Is that an Ace sweater? No, I just like these colors. It was an arm. It was definitely an arm. It's like black. It's kind of like a oat milk latte. I think it fits me weird. Oh gosh. Truge, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I feel like I do have the orange for the Jason Bourne sweater, but that's nice. We're not using that. That's like nice yarn. I think we could probably do a nice color scheme with like the gold and the red. I think the gold and the red would work really well. Okay. Now, we could just get $12. I could honestly do with just 6. Because what we could do is do coaster, coaster, regular panel, coaster, regular panel, coaster, regular panel. Wait, back that up. Regular panel, coaster. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Hey, you're taking this way too seriously. It's just a bit. Shut up. I'm having a good time. Where's the frickin'... I need a sheet of paper. Oh my god, this is my I wrote this out to officiate my friend's wedding. That's so cute. I'm gonna have to keep that forever. Okay. So we've got coaster, regular panel, coaster, coaster, regular panel, coaster, regular panel, coaster. Okay, so this would be the back of the jacket. And this would be 30 inches by 30 inches. Okay? And then you've got the front of the panel, which, since we aren't doing like 7 or 8. I don't know. I don't think possum has anything to do with Orchid 8, though. But I guess it is the Adeptus Ridiculus. I want a weird number. I want 8. Because on the front, we could do regular panel, coaster, regular panel, coaster, regular panel. Right? Like that. I mean, this would be 10 by 30. And then the sleeves would just be regular degular. Oh, wait, but if we got 10 of them, we could do elbow pads on the frickin', oh, we could do elbow pads. Oh, that would be so cute. Oh, we could do elbow pads on the sleeves. Yeah, like on a tweed jacket. Oh! Okay, I guess it would be better to just get 12 then. Or we could do 9. 9's such a weird number. The project is dealing with scope creep already. We'd also have to figure out what to do for buttons. What if I used miniature bases for the buttons? That's too stupid. I love it. I love it. Oh, Data, we're talking about, okay, so Bricky released these. And I was going to take them and turn them into a crocheted granny square sweater. Basically, the way I'm envisioning it right now is what I'll do is I'll take the coasters. I'm gonna have to test this out. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'd take the coaster and I would not crochet, but I would like sew along here to put yarn
I think using
in.
9 would be fitting. Just write that Slonish gets honored with this excessive project by including their number.
Kind of, but not really, but yes, it's crocheted. I just like, I've been thinking that this would be a funny thing to do with the objective markers, and this one is so stupid to me. So anyway, I would sew in here so I'd have loops to connect to, and then crochet the granny square from there. Because a lot of crochet, like granny square projects start with a circular center and then move you out into the square. So I think it's achievable. I'd have to like do some like tinkering, I guess would be the best way to describe it. I'd have to do some like real tinkering, but I think we can make it work. I'm so sorry. I've talked about this for like so long, but I really I got on a tear about it. I got tricked. I don't keep up with that shit. What are the coasters made of? Neoprene? It's like a neoprene mat. It's gonna be like not light, I would assume. No, no can crack yet. We'll do that after ads. Which, speaking of, we have ads now. So, I will be back after the ads, and we'll get to our reacts. I also need to go back to default May. I need to go make a peanut butter jelly and sandwich and get my Diet Coke for the day. So, I know, it's crazy. I also need to refill my water. Gotta remind myself about that. Okay, I'll see you goobers in like 3 minutes. Boink. Excuse me. I burped immediately on mic. I'm so sorry. Don't type fart. Don't do that. All right, goobers. We gotta watch these. Yeah, of course, Oni. We're only speaking truth. Can I get some sats in chat for a can crack? Possibly? Could I? Pretty please, while I look for this? Don't immediately start. It's immediately starting. Okay, I gotta close a bunch of stuff. Oh, I gotta keep that open because I gotta go buy those. I agree. I think it's worth it for the bit. I'm not kidding. All right. Woo! And this is a cherry Diet Coke. Oh, so good. Wispy. All right. Gamer time. I am gonna take my camera down because we're probably not gonna use it again today. Keep impromptu doing that. I just already had that set up. Was it planning it? Okay, I gotta return my mom's ruler after this. We're watching a video about tanks by Rax. This is, I gotta start my recording. We're learning about tanks today. One of my viewers, Rax, made this video for me to watch about tanks. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm sorry if you'll have a hard time listening to yourself. I think it'll be fun and fine. Let me take Mom My Fruit Up off. All right. Let's go. We're learning about tanks. I'm so excited.
Hello, my name is Raxing, and I'm making this video.
I gotta turn Rax up. Hold on. Rax, you deserve to be heard. Boop 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 boop.
To explain to you, the viewer, about
Is that
tanks.
good? Or should it be higher? A little bit louder? A bit more? Okay. "75% here we come."
What is this video? I want you to know about tanks. I want you to know what they are, how they work, and how they are used. I couldn't find a proper explanation video on this on YouTube, despite like a lot of effort, so I decided to like F with it, like I'm doing one myself.
Let's go.
This video is made for a terrific VTuber, both on Twitch and YouTube, called Mae. But of course you can watch this yourself too. My source is that I made the fuck up. This is all from my head. There's not gonna be any annotations, but this is basic stuff, nothing complicated. Who am I? I'm Raxing a skeleton, as you can see. Just an average Finnish person, and I served in the Finnish Defense Forces as a conscript. I was a tank commander. I was a tank commander for a year. I'm the rank of a sergeant in reserve, and I'm by no means an expert. I served with a tank. I know about tanks.
Is that y'all's uniforms? I'm not gonna lie, that goes kind of hard. And honestly, I thought they would be snow-colored. I thought they would be white. I I don't know why I didn't think they would be regular camo colored. That's so funny. I think they're buried in snow, yeah. Oh. Finland do have drip. That's our winter jacket that tank crew got to use. Old pattern. I really like it. I like the pattern.
I know basics of tanks, but I'm not an expert on any more than that, and I'm not claiming to be. I served specifically on a BMP-2MD, which is a Finnish modernized version of the BMP-2, and I also play a lot of video games. So that's...
Okay, I will say, I kind of assumed we didn't use tanks anymore. Is that kind of crazy? Like, I just assumed that we didn't use them. That's crazy. Okay, we still do. I don't know. I kind of assumed that everything was fought like mostly with drones, and like I guess like when you see footage largely from like the Desert Storm era, you see like not tanks. You see like the vehicles. You know, like you see the transport vehicles. The US specifically doesn't bother with tanks. Okay. Because again, I'm American, which means like most of my military history is very America-centric. You'd rather be in a tank than not. That makes sense, yeah. Tanks aren't good at killing 1 or 2 people, yeah. That is true. That is true. We don't have conflicts like that in our own country, so yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Didn't Desert Storm have pretty big tank battles? I guess I didn't know about that. Yeah. We just don't use them for counterinsurgency. Okay.
I'd
Back
say
to it.
that pretty much covers everything important. But before we can go into asking what a tank is, we need to ask ourselves, what is an army? An army is specifically the land-based. Of course, other departments can have tanks depending on how the like doctrine is overall. Like America has a lot of these. I doubt the Space Force will have tanks unless Elon Musk decides to send one. But other like we're focusing on the army, not just the United States Army, but like armies in general. So, what is a tank? It depends. It depends on a lot of things, but
It depends.
It depends on a lot of things, but I have a little flowchart prepared.
Oh.
Just to explain it easier. Does it have a gun? If no, it's not a tank, at least a working tank. Does it have a cannon? No, if you ask what is a cannon, it's a big gun. But if it doesn't have a cannon, it's probably not a tank. Is it a vehicle? If not, yeah, it's not a tank. Tank needs to be a vehicle. Is it a ground vehicle? We're talking about tanks. You should at least have that bit of knowledge that you know it's not a plane or a boat or anything like that. Is it armored? If it's not armored, it's not a tank.
It's probably a modified Toyota or truck.
Troops, it's probably not a tank, but ultimately, what defines if something is a tank is doctrine. How the army using it classifies it. It's also like, yeah, it's mostly doctrine, though it's also language dependent. Like some languages and thus some armies call different things tanks and other things like not tanks differently. But if the army considers it a tank, it's a tank. Now, here's an example of a tank. This is clearly a tank. It has threads. It's big. It has a big gun.
Okay, so the threads are the things that the wheels run on. Is that correct? I don't know if you're about to explain that. You said it had threads, so okay, cool.
It's armored. Clearly a tank. But is this a tank? Well, not
Is this a tank? Okay. It is an armored vehicle for the land, and it has a cannon. I'm gonna say yes.
If you ask at least English speakers,
Oh.
then it's not a tank. It's an infantry fighting vehicle. It basically fills all of the same things, except it carries.
That gun is too small? You're saying that's not a tank because the gun that's a huge gun! That's a gigantic gun!
Troops inside. It's also not as armored as a typical big tank of a modern age, but it's
not
also
really
like
that big.
better armored.
Guys, I could hang from that with my arms and my legs. It's a big gun, okay? Compared to the previous gun, we'll see more guns.
Than light tanks were in World War II, so Is this a tank? No.
Wait. It's because it has wheels. It's because it has wheels and it's French. And the French aren't allowed to have good tanks or something.
It's a reconnaissance vehicle or an armored car. Even though the gun is big enough to like deal with tanks easily, it's not a tank. It's not used as a tank. Is this a tank? No. This is a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. It has a...
I'm sorry, that's not a tank? If you showed me this picture, gun to my head, and asked May, is that a tank? I would say yes, and I'd be dead. That's crazy, brother. It's for shooting planes? Listen, if my plane got shot down by that thing, I would be like, ha, my plane's been shot down by a giant tank. You know? It goes daka daka, not boom. Oh, that actually helps. Look at this to see what M1 Abrams rounds look like. Okay. Look at this. Oh! Oh, sorry, that was half exclamation at the gun, half I really needed to burp. Wow! Why is he cradling it like it's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen in the world? Is there a reason he's cradling it like it's a newborn baby? Like, the nurse has just handed this to him and been like, it's a baby, it's a boy. Oh, maybe if he drops it, it goes boom. Chat, if he drops it, does it go boom? This is actually something I would love to know. No. APFS DS round. A baby wrapped in a blanket. It's a baby, it's a boy. Depends on the round. You need to ignite the primer. Okay, so if you dropped it into like a fire, it's a baby, it's a boy. Oh, that's a bit from something. I don't actually know what it is. Some belt of a 30mm autocannon in the end where you can see what these smaller guns shoot. Oh, okay. If you drop that and it landed tip first, boom. If you hit the base of it with a hammer, you could see a neat flash. Yeah, but what happens after that? Would that be the last image I see? I don't like holding babies because of the responsibility. I would also decline holding a tank shell. Congratulations, sir. It's a 105 caliber. Congratulations to you both. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. All right, back to the video. Sorry. I'm gonna get distracted a lot.
Tank hull. This is actually a separate turret on a Leopard 2 chassis. But it's not a tank because it's not used as a tank. It's used as anti-air. Is this a tank? No, this is an assault gun or an armored infantry support vehicle.
This is what I think of when I think tank. You've shown me so many images of things that aren't tanks. And I keep going, yeah, that's a tank.
Again, this doesn't even have infantry inside of it, but it's not used as a tank. It has a different role, different purpose, so it's not a tank.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is that it's not actually the physiology or anatomy necessarily it's the role and function of it. I mean, like, I think the physiology and anatomy of a tank has something to do with it. Actually, yeah, what if this video is just Rax? They're telling me that tanks don't actually exist. Kind of like how vegetables, like, don't exist. Does it have armor tracks and a gun? If so, yes, it's a tank. Yeah, it's kind of like how I've felt until now. I've learned that being a tank is like gender. I'm gonna need to chew on that one for a while. You're not wrong, but I need to chew on it. Oh, man.
Is this a tank? No. This
Yes!
is a tank destroyer. Again.
Oh! They keep doing it to me! They keep doing it to me! Okay.
Situations could be used as a tank, but it's not a tank, at least in the US doctrine. We'll talk about tank destroyers in a bit, like, later on, just, like, very minutely, but yeah, it's not a tank. Is this a tank? This is a Valentine 9, but it's not a tank.
What?
This is a Valentine 9, but importantly, it's a Soviet Valentine 9, unlike this, which is a British Valentine 9, which is a tank. The Soviet one is a...
Oh, come on. You can't tell me that's a tank with that small of a gun.
Tank destroyer, and this one, the British one, is a tank. Because the Soviets designated it
They
as
hit
a
me
tank
with the
destroyer instead of a
tee.
tank. It's all to do with doctrine. These are definitely tanks. These are used as a tank. They, like, in all situations, the enemy thinks of them as a tank. They are well armored, they have a big gun, and they're tracked. These are definitely tanks. These, depending on doctrine and language,
Hold on 1 second.
can be tanks.
Aw, guys. That guy, Scam Likely, keeps calling me. Do not trust what you hear or see. You got a call from Scam Likely. Okay, I'm sorry.
Or might not be tanks. Like, to talk a bit about, like, doctrine, like, this is a small vehicle. This wouldn't, like, have any place on a normal battlefield as a tank. But if you're in a BB match, like BB gun match, and you replace this gun with something that is equivalent in the BB world, and treat it otherwise as such as the armor being well enough to protect you from rifle rounds, you wouldn't use this in its original purpose as a reconnaissance vehicle. You would use it as a tank because it's the best thing you have as for a tank in that situation. So it's not just about, like, tank is about doctrine, and you use whatever you have that's best for that thing. Again, language is also another.
Okay, so it's like, it's also kind of like if you want to substitute a model in Warhammer and you got like the next best thing, you could like still, you know, you could still use that. Is that, You can force a not tank to be a tank, it's just not as good at it? Kinda, yeah? Okay. Because it seems like what you're saying is that it can fulfill a role of a like tank. Maybe it's like the off-tank role in MMOs. Yeah! That makes sense. That makes sense. Things that are not tanks can act like tanks provided sufficient quantity of tank within the not tank. Okay, yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah. Hell yeah, tonks.
The factor, in Finnish you would call these 2 tanks, which is why I'm a tank commander by my education in the army. And we can also agree that these are not tanks. Definitely not tanks. Even though some of them, or actually like all of them, can fulfill some of the duties that a tank could, they are not tanks. So we now know about what is a tank, although it's a lot about doctrine, so but why is a tank? Why do armies use tanks? Well, a big gun is better than a small gun.
Easy.
If you have a big gun like this, it's better at...
Dude, this angle is killing me. This tank is gonna ask me if I have any games on my phone. This is crazy. This angle is off the charts.
like just killing people than a small rifle. Even something like a 30mm autocannon on a BMP-2 is better than a rifle. Another reason is that protection is better than no protection. You want there to be something, preferably metal, that's between you and the enemy's bullet. And when the bullets get big, the armor needs to get thick. So you want...
Okay, so I have a question. Why don't they just like line up on a battlefield with like everybody in a tank, and then you only shoot from tank? Tank win, tank shoot big gun. Tanks are expensive. How much could a tank cost, Michael? Like $20? Huh? 20 million? Okay, I know this isn't true. They don't fight battles like this anymore, but there's a part of me that like still kind of imagines that when there's like a battle, like I don't even know if there are modern battles anymore. I don't know how modern warfare is because I never played Modern Warfare. But like I just kind of assume that if you have a battle, everybody lines up, you know? You just like you line up and you charge each other the way that they've been doing it for thousands of years. Well, I know it's not true, but in my head it kind of happens like that, you know? I mean, it's untrue. They don't do that anymore. You know? Modern Warfare happens with an Xbox controller, duct tape, explosives, and a drone. Ooh. Games teach us it works like that too. I feel like, I guess like I understand that a lot, like Vietnam was very combating guerrilla warfare. You move on to like Korea, which was also like a lot of combating guerrilla warfare. It feels like every conflict America's been involved in is us sticking to a weird set of tactics, which this is one of my favorite things, not my favorite things, but I learned about, so do you guys know what wargaming is in the context of military training, right? Where they literally run through scenarios like for like war training purposes of strategy and stuff, yada yada yada. You guys probably know. Korea was very conventional. Oh, okay. I was wrong about that. I thought it was more guerrilla warfare. That's true. But so there's a famous, and you guys probably know more about this than me, but I looked into like wargaming in a corporate context. So like how companies can use war games, like role playing and tabletop games in order to think strategically within competitive markets. I know, but I also think that's kind of cool and interesting as a thing. But anyway, there's like this fairly famous example of they ran like this wargaming exercise, and basically some guy on the wargaming side was like went to a real war game a few months ago. Oh, that's pretty cool. Somebody who was running the not US side was like, I'm just going to use a bunch of cool guerrilla tactics that win the game, and then everybody that was running the American side got mad at him because he beat up the American side. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I feel like this is like a pretty... Like, I've heard this story in the context of like, there was a fairly well-known exercise that was done in which this happened, and it was about the person who was doing it was basically saying like, games like this only work if everyone is willing to learn from the results, which I think is really cool. Isn't that the one that simulated exactly what is happening now? Probably. We actual war very well? There are so many versions of that exact story. Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's the one I'm thinking of. He sank an aircraft carrier by swarming it with lightly armed speedboats. Yeah, it was like very anti-American war thinking at the time. Thank you, Kuwayne. Thank you for getting what I was knowing about. Knowing what I was thinking about. I can't remember, like, it was a specific thing. Anyway, alright, back to this.
Fighting in a war where there are a lot of big guns, you want a lot of armor. And also, you rather have something with an engine, because you'd rather save your energy for the fight instead of the movement. If you can save energy from moving from place A to B by using something with an engine, that's always better, that's always preferable, because it leaves you with more energy and more ability to focus when the fight is going on, when the enemy is there. But in addition, if you want to bring that armor and that gun with you, having the engine with it is a good way, especially if you need to attack. And here we get to the final part, which is how attack. How do we use tanks? How do armies, how do militaries use tanks? Well, it depends. It depends on doctrine of the specific country. It depends on the nature in which they fight. It depends if they're more defensive or attack-focused military. It depends.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. This is slightly off topic from the video. I've been watching a few of the comments. Just a reminder, I'm not a fan of many of the military actions that the US has taken. In fact, I'm not really a fan of any of the military actions that the US has taken, because they have largely been about America punching down, as someone mentioned earlier. And also, it's always about oil on some level, always about money. The CIA literally flooded Jamaica with, the atrocities that the American government has committed are off the charts. I won't ever defend them at any point, and I do not think that the wars that they have perpetrated in the quote-unquote name of freedom are at all good. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here, that I don't think America's, like, good at stuff. Punching up would mean nuclear war, though? Hey, I've got a great idea. Let's not punch. Let's not punch. I don't know. I feel like we've had many wars that were Pyrrhic victories for us, especially on morality. Thank goodness that stuff never happens anymore, right? Yeah. We're very good at being assholes, it's true. I don't want people to think, as someone just said in chat, who was it? Think about the shareholders. Methos said, the weapons of war are cool, war itself is generally not, which is why a lot of us enjoy video games about this kind of stuff. Oh. we've got a Korean War story.
Okay, Korean War story. The US Wisconsin was patrolling the coast of Korea when an artillery position on a hill decided to shoot at the Wisconsin. The captain of the Wisconsin got so mad about the frankly minor damage to the ship that he ordered a broadside on the hill the artillery shot from. The end result was one less hill in Korea. The ship escorting the Wisconsin playfully radioed, "Temper, temper," which this incident became known for in history.
Absolutely crazy. I will say, like, a large portion of my knowledge about history in relation to war has come from my favorite mostly true crime podcast, which is Last Podcast on the Left. Marcus Parks has a hard on for history, and so they have a lot of like history episodes. So I have a vague idea of some parts of history, but only really through the lens of that, because it's not been an interest of mine, but I do think it's like nice to know about. That's why I want to learn about tanks and guns and stuff like that, because it is interesting. I have not. Nukes are like the kid on the playground that has everything proof shield. They make discussions a little boring at that point. Yeah. GW was also founded by a lot of history students and nerds. I also think like many of the game designers that I really enjoy are history people. Jason Morningstar really likes history, and I have I've enjoyed viewing history through other people's lenses, essentially, through how they interpret and think about history. And I think learning about it on a more factual level is cool. Because what's fun is that, like, this isn't even a video about history, but I feel like it gives me a lot of context to other stuff. Well, you guys are welcome to put recommendations in the recommendations channel. I did ask for recommendations about this sort of thing, and I didn't get all that many. Rax was the one who put in the work. That's why we're watching these videos. You think there are history students that aren't nerds? Huthor?
On doctrinal differences in education of the troops, etc. But in essence, you can boil it down. Always you use tanks for attack. If avoidable, you never use tanks for defense. They can be used for defense, especially for slowing the enemy down and then like retreating. But generally speaking, if you're able to, you always want to use tanks for attack and other things for defense. Here we go a bit into tank destroyers. So the doctrinal difference between tanks and tank destroyers, when tank destroyers were like actually properly a thing, was specifically the attack versus defense. Tank destroyers were
Okay, I still have this in my brain. I have now, I can answer this question. Cheese, you asked, what type of history do you want to learn about? I want to learn about the history that you think is the most exciting. The best recommendations, I believe, come from a place of intense passion and autism, okay? I want you to weaponize your autism for my recommendations. That's what I want. I want the thing that makes you, like, info dump for 4 hours. That's what's so cool to me. Because, like, Rax put their whole brain into this just for me. Like, do you know how, like, cool that is to me? To have someone, like, not only put this video together, but pull other videos together? Like, that's so cool. And it's, well, Dylan, that's, like, why Rax made this video, because they were like, it's so hard to get into, you know? Dude, Methos, I had a history teacher, I don't know if I've ever told this story before, but I had a history teacher who taught us, like, half of the year exclusively off of Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. And his passion for that specific book was one of the things that radicalized me. I'm not even kidding. Like, it was crazy, because it was the thing that got me to start thinking about how we look at history and talk about history. The other big thing was Edward Said's Orientalism. Incredible, incredible book. The idea of how like everything is Western centric, like lots of other stuff. I haven't watched oversimplified videos, no. Trying to get you to change to a history major? Yeah, I totally get that. I know, it's such a good book. Edward Said is crazy. I've talked about Imagined Geographies before. Absolutely love it. So good. Anyway, weaponize your autism for me.
Deployed as defensive. They were cheaper than tanks, and the idea was to defend against tank attacks. You used tanks in attack.
Wait, I love this. Okay, so tank destroyers are cheaper than tanks? I'm imagining like 2 armies showing up and each of them have like so many tank destroyers, but neither of them brought tanks because they were too expensive. I know that wouldn't happen, but that's really funny to me.
You put them close together and break through a line with
that's
a
World of
concentrated
Tanks,
force.
Meg.
You cannot have defense concentrated because you don't know where the enemy is going to attack you. So instead of spending a lot of money by having a lot of tanks everywhere on the line, you use the tanks, spend less on the tanks by having them in focused areas.
That happened
and
a lot.
buy cheap things to do the defense, or having a focused tank destroyer force, but it's so maneuverable that whenever the enemy attacks, you can quickly move them to meet the enemy. So again, you don't need to, you can concentrate the force in that way. And nowadays, those are usually done with, again, portable missile launchers or rocket launchers. Those do a great job at destroying tanks and are cheap. You can have them everywhere, a lot of them, so that whenever there's a tank that's attacking, there's something that can destroy a tank. You can also use helicopters, which are like the modern tank destroyers.
So, I know that they literally have tanks in Warhammer, but tanks kind of feel like knights. Do you know what I mean? Shut up, May. Shut up. What are you saying? What do you mean by that? I know what I mean by that, okay? Do you know what I mean by that? Like, no, you're actually cooking? Okay, that's like, thank you. Thank you. They feel like knights because when you are building your Warhammer list, you need to have something in your list that can take on... Well, I'm thinking about like the function, right? A knight is hard to kill. That's like the biggest thing, is that you need to have something that is specifically anti-knight. You need to have something that is specifically anti-vehicle. And like, that to me feels very much like this. Oh, do you, ooh. Are you guys thinking like knights on horses? Because I was not thinking knights on horses. I was thinking like imperial knights. I may not have been cooking as hard as you thought, if that's what you thought. Yeah, I was saying, sorry. Oops. I said in Warhammer! In Warhammer! Oh. Yeah! Okay. You summoned Sig. Chef, the oven isn't on. It's okay. I think I totally understand where you guys got mixed up, because someone pointed this out, in Civ, the knights become tanks. May it's still 28,000 years until we're in Horus Heresy. You're right, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my gosh, Civ mentioned. Hi, Soph! Someone cryo me until I can join the Iron Hands. You guys are so thirsty to be in Warhammer. Oh, Baneblade. Okay.
Destroyers, where when there's an tank attack, you can quickly deploy the helicopters to meet the attacking tanks and destroy them. You can also have like cheap like infantry carrying vehicles converted into missile launchers. Very easy, very cheap. Again, you can have more of them, they're quick, and you can then have them less concentrated to meet the attacking force. But because tanks are expensive, they are used always for attack, which is why they need the armor, they need the big gun. But other ways, they basically work just the same way as an infantryman does. They're just bigger. But the very basics are basically the same as just infantry soldiers.
Okay.
But because of this concentration difference of like using tanks for attack, usually...
Yeah, I have a question. Does it hurt to sit like that? Does it hurt to... No? Did you know that Moses split the Red Sea with a Beyblade? Thank you for 16 months, Soap. That's crazy. Thank you. You need to be there for long? Sure. Okay. Interesting. It just looked like an uncomfy position.
Tanks don't actually meet other tanks. That's not what they most commonly fight against. They usually fight against infantry. And for infantry, like the big threat to you is a tank, because you just can't do anything at it. But for a tank crew, their actually biggest threat is infantry. There can be loads of these single-use anti-tank missiles. They're very easy to bring with you into the fight. And even with all the technological advancements...
Okay, so I have a question. If I put a grenade underneath a tank, would it do anything to it? It would hurt it? No. No? No, no, no. Yeah? No? Depends on the tank? Okay. Are you interested in World War II or Cold War or modern tanks? I mean, like, my true big love is... Like, if we're being so for real, one of my favorite loves is the Cold War, largely because of spycraft. I'm so into spycraft, dude. Ooh, I love spies. Spies are so cool. Spies are so cool. Ooh. If you're lucky, you can maybe damage some track component. Okay. Well, because it seems like the ways that I've seen, I love spy stuff. One of my favorite books of all time is The Company by Robert Littell. It took me 3 months to read it. It's such a gigantic book. It's basically a good version in book form of The Shepherd with Matt Damon. The Good Shepherd with Matt Damon. There are plenty of anti-tank hand grenades. Oh. I guess the only way I've seen someone ever destroy, quote unquote, like kill a tank or stop a tank most of the time is with like really, really big guns, like is being shown right now. Or you open the hatch and then you throw a grenade in and then you close the hatch. Well, come on in, Liquid. That's movies, bro. Oh, wait, you're telling me that movies aren't real? Oh, that's crazy. You mean to tell me that Danny Ocean and Rusty and Linus didn't actually rob the MGM Grand? The Bellagio? Wait, no. It's the Bellagio, the Mirage, and the MGM Grand. They didn't actually do that? That's crazy. Okay, that happened for real. Good.
With like thermal cameras, for instance.
Terry Benedict
It still doesn't
deserved what he
remove
got.
the threat of missing out an infantryman hiding in a bush or behind trees or just well camouflaged or in like some nook in the mountain range. So, and because of this threat of tanks always having against infantrymen, you never want to use tanks alone. You always want there to be infantry support, which is where you get the infantry fighting vehicles. We'll go on a bit of a tangent on infantry fighting vehicles now, because that's my specialty as I was a commander in one. But they're very important in tank tactics in general, because you don't want to use tanks alone, because they're vulnerable alone. They can't see everything. Just one guy.
Okay, does it suck to be the guy outside the tank? I mean, I think it sucks to be the guy anywhere in war, but like, it seems like it would really suck to be the guy outside the tank. Oof. It's like the guy riding front in the convoy. Oh. Oh, that's awful.
Guy with a who's well placed themselves with a missile launcher can destroy a tank, and just based on economies.
Like, I'm so sorry, I keep pausing. If you like this kind of stuff, I do think it's important to take like 30 seconds to like just think about how awful it is to be someone near this stuff. You don't have big guns aimed at you? That makes sense. Like, you gotta just take a second and be like, God, this sucks. That's usually the commander sticking their head out of the vehicle to get a better view of everything. So they actually do stick their heads out of the vehicle. Man, I don't watch enough war movies. Oh, Rax, maybe you explain this. If you do, just tell me you explain it. But did you guys always have, like, a technician with you in case something broke? Or did you all know how to fix things on the tank? You spent all the time with your head out, even if it rained? Ooh. Like, if something on the tank broke, how'd you fix it? Maybe you had to call somebody in? With your hands? Alright, I see you! We knew how to take care of smaller stuff, but for bigger stuff, there were technicians within the company. Okay. How difficult it is to see out of tanks? Please trap me in the metal box full of sweaty men. Calm down! Combat engineers come around with their funny tow tank. Wait, you use a tow tank? Oh, that's so cool. I don't know why that's so cool. Are they bigger than regular tanks? Please tell me they're bigger than regular tanks. We needed to do maintenance before and after every day and also every week. They're not. Oh. I think it'd be okay. This is such a, like, the feminine urge to make everything cute. They're smaller. Okay, but like, imagine a drawing of like a smaller tow tank, and he's like grabbing the tank, and he's like, come on, buddy, I'll get you all fixed up. The feminine urge to cutify, something. Oh. Oh. Okay.
You don't want that to happen. Main purpose of these infantry fighting vehicles is just to bring the infantry along. Here is a tank, and here is an infantry fighting vehicle. The infantry fighting vehicle can keep up with the tank going full speed, so that the infantry can also go at full speed with the tank.
They are usually made from the same chassis, but they have all the weapons removed because their jobs are to pull stuff, not fight.
These look exactly the same to me.
Tanks don't need to wait for infantry, as the infantry is coming with them. But like while you're there, when you look at cute guys such as these, they only have these little things. Little things to defend against infantry. So while you're bringing something with the infantry,
what kind of gun is that? I feel like you guys can tell what kind of gun it is from like 100 yards away. What kind of gun is that? It's got the, it looks like an AK because it's got the rounded clip. RK62, probably since it's Finnish. RK62. Is that an AK variant? Was I close? Because it's got the rounded clip. Did I know a single thing about guns? Did I know a single... Oh, magazine. Wait, what's a clip then? What's it? What? The clip goes inside, right? I'm Googling this. Gun clip versus magazine. Magazine versus a clip. Here's the difference. Magazines and clips are not the same when it comes to firearms, as clips feed magazines, which feed firearms, and magazines feed the firearm, directly eliminating a step in the firing process. Although both hold and load ammo into the chamber and both can be attached to the firearm, they serve different purposes and have different uses. Is this correct? The term clip comes from the ammunition being fastened or clipped to the holder and loading to the firearm as needed, where a magazine loads based on the shooting action of the firearm. Clips can be used to load ammo into the magazine, but magazines cannot load ammo into a clip, and that is the main difference between the two. Clips tend to load cartridges more... I need a YouTube video. I need to, like, see it. Posted a humorous explanation and May look at this. Okay. I'm still looking at that guy holding the little baby.
So he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, "Oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you," waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now, the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream, I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here.
I've literally... Okay, can I say... Since we're in ads, I'm going to say something absolutely crazy. I've never thought Charlie was that attractive until he held those guns. That's so wild. Is that unhinged of me? Oh, wow, I just popped, like, every bone in my body. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. BRB. Okay. We'll look at all that stuff in just a second. I'll make sure to look at that image. Thank you, Rex. BRB? I am back. Metal Guard, thank you so much for the sub at tier 1. I really appreciate it. We're pushing for Partner Plus for our second month. We hit it last month. So any direct subs at tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 really help me. Sadly, gift subs and prime subs don't count to it, but we only need to get 100 points. So if everyone from last month renews, then we'll be able to hit it this month. Just a reminder. Second, I posted an Instagram comment in Warhammer that I had to hide on Instagram, but I thought it was really funny. It was, as a World Eaters player, I just sit there and stroke my shit to distract my opponent when it's my turn. When it isn't my turn. Thought that was really unhinged and crazy. Some people should keep it in. They should keep it in, you know? They should, like, hold that inside of themselves. They should, like, not post that on my Instagram. Thank you for the biscuits, Joel. Okay, so Rax, the thing you posted is a clip. A clip. Oh, that's not that's not what I thought it looked like. Huh.
Oh, you're very funny. Did I ever mention
I
that?
didn't post it. All right. Back to our YouTube video. I don't think I still like. I haven't looked at it lately, no. Sorry. Yeah, I saw. This is the Clips and Max clip. Yeah, it was really good. Oh.
To be there alongside the tanks, you might as well give them some firepower. And that's why infantry fighting vehicles also have cannons. They're small, they're usually designed to take out enemy infantry because, again, the point of mechanized infantry.
So is this the view out of a tank? We'll cover gun terms when we learn about guns. Today is tank day. All right, Dylan, I got you. I got you, Teach. I got you. Wow, that's such a tiny... What? That's so tiny. Most modern tanks have outside cameras. Oh. See you later.
Infantry is to protect the tanks from infantry. So
Okay.
you have vehicles specialized in taking out infantry, while the tanks are there to take out the hard things like bunkers, buildings, and other vehicles such as tanks. Tanks move in platoons, which are always 4, unless, like, again, wartime situation might mean that there can only be 3 tanks, but generally speaking, they're always in 4s. And in this 4, there's actually 2 pairs, so there's one pair and there's another pair, and these work even closer together, but they always go with all 4 into things. And in this case, like,
I have a question. I guess I literally almost said, are you guys on Vox the whole time? Yeah, are you guys on Vox the whole time? I assume that, like, you have an open channel to each other. And there's like one guy driving the tank, right? Yeah, you're in a Discord call. Not until we're in enemy contact. Oh, okay. The tank Discord chat. Okay.
Like, infantry fighting vehicles could be here on this side here, supporting here, and infantry could be moving in this forest, making sure that there's nothing in these bushes to shoot like missiles from the side into the tanks. This is one of the basic movement styles of tanks. There's a few, I'd say 3 basic types of movement, and of course there's more details to each of these, but there's 3 main types of movement. This is the first one. This is the file, where all tanks are side by side against the enemy. This is used especially when there's like the enemy is in front of you and you need all the firepower available from the tanks. And
You may mention this. Can you shoot and move at the same time? Sorry, I just noticed what you were drawing. Okay. Cool.
so they all are heading forwards against the enemy side by side, so they all have their cannons pointing in front of them. You can
I
move
love
a
your
bit
little
differently.
enemy.
You can move if there's, for instance, like you have another platoon here with like guns pointing towards the enemy and they can shoot the enemy. You can have this platoon just charge in, basically just go full speed, break through the enemy, etc. Like you can just charge them. If there is no support, what you can do is do a staggered movement. For instance, if there's some like it's some hilly terrain like this type of hilly terrain, you can have these tanks first move here, and while they're moving, instead of having another squad or platoon, you can have these support. So this pair is firing at the enemy so that they don't peek their heads. When they've gotten behind this hill, they start shooting at the enemy while the second pair moves
So
to
like
cover.
covering fire.
When they've stopped
Okay.
here, they start shooting at the enemy, and this pair can move behind the next cover. And so on you can do until you reach the enemy. So that's one basic way. That's like the most common way when you're like attacking directly at the enemy. Another basic type is just moving in a line formation with like one after the other. This is very quick, it's very easy, only the front vehicle needs to know where they're going, others just follow, and it's very fast. You can basically use the max speed of the tank to go, and there's no problem of like needing to have like even enough area or like roads that
Fargo, thank you so much for 3 months. Thank you, dude. Really appreciate it.
you can use to have 4 side by side. When you're using tanks, you really don't want to bunch them up for protection. You don't want like one bomb to destroy 2 or even 3 tanks. So you try to keep
I
at
think
least
I've
like a
ever seen
50-meter
tank in
distance.
real life.
But you also want to have the distance small enough that you can signal with like hands to communicate with each other. You don't want to use radios until you're in the fight because they can pinpoint your position if you use the radio. So you really want to avoid using the radio until there's fight and there's no like problem of the enemy knowing where you are. So you need to be close enough that you can see hand signals. But a line is very simple, and if you're going fast on an open road, you can even have bigger distances and you're still clearly visible. You can also do this staggered by doing this kind of approach where, in this example, 3 and 4 are over here. Number 1 has stopped here and can see down the road here, and they've stopped themselves and positioned themselves ready to shoot if there's any enemy coming along this road. While that's happening, number 2, under cover of the 1, moves to next position until the number 1 can no longer support them, stops there, and now is ready to support along this road. Now number 1 can themselves move past number 2, down the road that the number 2 can support, until number 2 can...
Okay, I have a question. Is military training in countries that aren't the US different because there's a chance? Well, not that there's not a chance, but like the US doesn't really it doesn't get invaded, you know? Like we don't have to worry about defense in that way most of the time. So like do people outside of the US do different US training because of that? In NATO it's the same? In the North American... Oh god. Well, why do I not know what NATO stands for? Me. I know what NATO is, but I can't remember it's North Atlantic? Oh god. NATO for the most part shares training doctrine. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Okay, I thought it was North Atlantic something. Took me a minute. I said North American first. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I don't know. I was looking at this formation. I was like, oh, I wonder.
Can no longer support them, and they stop there and start covering this road. Then number 2 can start moving, go past number 1, move past number 1 while being protected, and stop here while to see downrange, and number 1 can again start moving past number 2, and so on. So in this way, it's slightly slower than the just like going open road one after the other, but this gives you the benefit of always having one tank stationary, ready to shoot if there's enemy infantry, and always having basically 2 tanks ready. Again, you want to move under some sort of cover, and this can be used to move quickly while having at least some cover. You use the file formation when you are engaging the enemy, you move the line formation when you're not engaging the enemy, and you can use, for instance, this if you think that there's a possibility that there might be enemies, but you're not like expecting there to be enemies per se. And the third, final type of movement is using something else. You really don't want to use these machines any more than you need to, just because these are expensive and complicated machines. They wear down, and you want to have them wear down as little as possible. And it's also a lot more efficient both in fuel and just time and economics to move them with something else, be it rail like this or on a boat.
Wow.
And like for instance, you can even move them without boats if you want to go overseas.
Just riding on the tank
mainly
on the
want to
tracks
use
with
other
the
things
boys.
to carry these tanks. You don't want them to break down in a fight. Which brings us to the last point, which is that logistics is everything. Tank battles are won on logistics.
No.
Most
You guys don't. We would then go into buses. Oh, okay.
of what you do as a tanker is logistics and fixing up the vehicle, maintaining it, just making sure that everything is ready, preparing stuff, and training, and like very little is actual fighting. Of course, this is only a surface level thing. This doesn't cover anything like getting cover, how the movement goes more precisely, again with the idea of like you being prepared to go into air cover, how signaling works, how they properly communicate with each other, etc. I hope this gives you as a viewer a basic understanding of what tanks are, how they are used, why they are used, and just like when you watch these YouTube videos that kind of expect you to know at least some things about tanks, you're there ready to understand it and not just like confused about everything. Hope you liked this video, and let's hope we see each other sometime again. Bye.
Thank you so much, Rax. That was so fun. I feel like I learned a lot about tanks. And now I have a lot of questions, which I think is always one of the best things to feel after you are learning something. That was wonderful. It was really cool because I feel like this is all the stuff that you feel is important as someone who has worked with and on tanks before. So a huge thank you. This was amazing. I mean, making a whole 20-minute video for me is crazy. That's really sweet of you. Oh, inevitable question. Which 40k tank is your favorite, Rax? But yeah, thank you. And you, Rax has also queued up a few other videos for me to watch as well. Let me go ahead and pull those up. Let's see. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. Some of them are in Finnish. Look at them all lined up. Okay, I love how we learned how expensive tanks are, and then Finland flexes on us with how many tanks they have, dude. I need to like talk bad about you guys, but May, that's a train. Those helmets are kind of goofy. I hate to say it, but they're just like a little goofy. So you showed a photo that had something kind of like this. You can't see it, it's so well camouflaged. Do you guys like break off those branches and put them on every time? You appreciate them when you don't wear one and hit your head into one of the many sharp corners inside. That makes sense. Wow, okay. And then how are they held on? I mean, I assume you use a little bit of like super glue, right? You make the camo in the field. You use metal wires. Ah, okay, cool. Okay, first I have a question. How comfy were you guys' boots? Did you find the boots to be, you know? Oh. I feel like your boots have got to be so good when you're in the army. The boots were great. Like, I don't think you could wear, you know, literally combat boots without looking like you're in the military, but they all, like, all combat boots look so good to me. I don't know. Oh, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I don't know why, I just think they look so good. The socks are hot garbage, though. Oh, you guys gotta get some, smart wool. Okay, there was that weird tank. Where was it? So, what is this thing on there? Is that to hold the gun? Oh, that's the minesweeper. Hmm. Oh. Oh, I understand. I understand what you mean by that. Okay. So that's what you were saying. I thought you were saying that this was a mine clearing detachment, but yes, that's also what it is. It's the swibbly bobber. You're so right. Okay, okay. I'm not gonna lie. Finland went a little hard with that one. That shot goes crazy, dude. You did send me a propaganda film. I'm buying into the propaganda. That's American? No, this whole video is Finnish. Tee. You know, unless they bought it from the Americans. Oh, it's doing that weird thing again where it's like not the right side. It's really interesting because doesn't everyone have to serve in Finland? Men? All men?
Yeah, I like it.
We're going on a CTR, so it's potentially enemy in.
You know, these videos are good for one thing, which is that I do get to see the uniforms, which I think is kind of fun. Also, you can't type, can we not watch pure enlistment propaganda if you have ever played a Call of Duty game in your life, dude. Missing is a narrative. Okay. American Air Force ad. All right. So, like, almost, let's see, maybe it was the Army that had those. Yeah. This one might be closer to, like, the Finnish one, but I mean, it's truly, like, so cinematic. Like, that looked like, you know, stuff that was actually going on. It has a defense force. Ah. That's, like, I don't know, that's kind of goofy to me. Like, it's a little goofy. But there were ones about that where it's like like they've gotten me before because I didn't quite know what was coming, I didn't know it was going to be an Army or an Air Force ad. And it's always like, they give you a narrative about like this kid who's like, I'm going to go into the Army. And the parents are like, oh, I don't know. Is that what you really want to do? Yeah, you can put them in the recommendations channel in the Discord. Absolutely. And then like they're like, oh, what? Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? Yeah, Rax, that is interesting. Oh, I'm trying to think like.
Hawk 3-9, this is Tiger 1-4. Friendly helos down. Hostiles in the area. I repeat.
I think it's a Navy ad. It may have been Army.
Anyone else remember when the US Marines had a commercial where a Marine in his dress blues fights a giant lava monster with his dress sword? That was wild.
I'm sorry. What? I think it's this series. Like, the narrative they're giving you? Like, you gotta understand. I hate to say it, but our propaganda's on another level. Oh. Not that it's like always better, but it's just like, it's like, there's like, they know how to do emotion. Rite of passage. Okay. Rite of passage, Navy. Nothing is service related. Our propaganda's on another level, baby. I hate to tell you. It's crazy. Look at what we were cooking with. It's just... It's not good. It's so corny.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage. A challenge to join the elite.
Oh.
If you succeed, if you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield even to yourself, you will be changed forever.
And people were surprised when the U.S. military partnered with video games. Like, what is this? This is your reason to join the Marines, baby. This is your reason to join the Marines. It's from 1998, called Rite of Passage. The Elder Scrolls 6 Iraq. No! Oh, that's actually pretty cool. The young men yearn for the trenches? No, they yearn for the lava monsters. To be fair, the Finnish Defense Force only trains for combat against humans. Like, when I say that US propaganda is on another level, I mean, like, another level in the sense of, like, I totally understand that Warhammer 40k is, like, a parody of mostly the Brits, but when I think about the goofiness of the Imperium and how they take themselves so seriously in war, like, that, I think of more of America, you know? I'm so glad the US Marines are out fighting the lava monsters for us. That's why we never hear about it, you know? Marines are on another level. We know the true threat to democracy is lava monsters. That's so crazy. I wonder if anyone joined because of that. This is from 1987. Oh no, brother.
Once, there were a few proud men. Men of adventure. Men of courage. Men who knew the meaning of honor. There still are. The few, the proud, the Marines.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's great. You remember that commercial? The presence of a king in an American military recruitment ad is confusing to you? Not confusing to me. Personally. I get it. Whoa. They have a mounted color guard? I like all the stuff that the US military does that isn't related to war. They do the weirdest stuff. Not weirdest, but like...
Lindsay. He came back from a tour from Vietnam, saw that Camp Pendleton had a mounted color guard unit, so he decided to start one here to represent the Marine Corps at some of the local...
Your recommended feed is so screwed in.
He nominated the mounted color guard of the Marine Corps in 1967.
Like, I love it when they just play football against each other.
We try to keep as much tradition as possible, and we've recently started to push into doing...
Like that guy that I watch on Instagram, like, he's a strong man for the U.S. Army.
That history.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So our day-to-day life, we come in, we feed and we water the horses every day, and then they'll bring them up, we'll groom, they'll brush them off, saddle them. They'll start off with groundwork to kind of knock that fresh morning edge off and to work the horse, get the horse's attention. And at that time, that's when the riders themselves also, you know, they're focusing in, they're getting their emotions and mindset right.
So when someone does this for the Marines, is this their only job?
Go ride their horse and focus on what they're
I mean,
doing.
I guess they could get called to go do something else because they're in the Marines, but...
The thing about horses is that they can sense every emotion that you have, every single one of them when you're around them. Not just riding them, you know, you're feeding them, petting them, they can tell what kind of emotions you're feeling.
Because I'm pretty sure that Army guy that I watch...
They don't understand how much time...
That's the only thing he does right now.
Riding
is just be a strong man.
We spend a lot of time with these guys, and it's awesome because you've built a connection.
I just kind of want to see you do the mounted color guard part. Can I see that?
Just seeing that or something, and when I get there and the horse performs phenomenally, like that is the greatest reward that you can get out here.
Oh, and the white pants too? Oof. Huh. Who is Chesty? Why do the Marines have a dog?
Meet Chesty the 16th, the Marine Barracks Washington mascot. Part Marine tradition, part crowd favorite, and 100% bulldog.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Scott Rogers with the Marine German Bugle Corps here at Marine Barracks. The opportunity came along through a friend. At that time, there was an application process, and submitted myself and was chosen that way. Chesty was just over a year old at that time.
The first Chesty was selected in 1957, named for the legendary Marine, Lieutenant General Louis Chesty Puller. Since then, every Chesty has carried on that
He's
proud
got his
legacy.
own little uniform.
Chesties over the years have been very different, and they've all had different personalities. The previous Chesty was a tough, scrappy fighter guy, and everyone loved him.
Every Chesty must be friendly, sociable, and love attention. And Chesty the 16th takes that to heart.
The
This Chesty, he's a snugglebug.
Off the clock,
A
he's all about
snugglebug.
lounging, but in uniform, he's one dashing devil dog.
It's not a tank? You look at that dog and tell me that's not a tank of a dog.
Has 4 uniforms to match whatever uniform we are
Excuse
wearing
you?
for any occasion. He has dress blue alphas, he has deltas, and service Charlies, as well as a cami uniform.
Always squared away, always inspection ready. And Chesty
Doesn't have a gun? Look at those arms, baby! Look at those arms! What combat doctrine does Chesty serve? The Snugglebug Doctrine? Excuse you!
He trains hard so he can be best in show. Even the Marine Corps' most famous bulldog has to go through boot camp. Chesty started training at just 16 weeks old, learning basic obedience.
He's been doing
building
such a good
confidence,
job his whole
forming
life!
bonds that would last a lifetime.
I gotta stop watching this propaganda. This is crazy. I'm gonna show you guys a less propaganda bulldog. Still feels like propaganda? Go dogs. No. That's not. Okay, it is. It is. All right, we have another tank video. I'm sorry, we had to take a quick break to watch goofy commercials. Inside the Chieftain's Hatch, Renault R35.
We've covered quite a few tanks now on Inside the Chieftain's Hatch, but most of them have tended to be either late war or post-war designs. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, it is often said that the best tanks in the beginning of World War II belonged to France. So where better to come and check it out for ourselves? Bienvenue à France, et le musée de Blindés or Saumur.
Oh, he spoke French to me.
The Norwegian military has a penguin as their mascot. His name is Olaf and he does inspections.
No, don't tell me that! Hold on! Can you show me the fucking Norwegian army penguin? Show me the He's being promoted to brigadier? He's being promoted to brigadier. Oh! Does the penguin have a uniform? He's always in a tux. Don't worry about it. Shut up. Everyone shut up. My show is on. The penguin's a cop! Does ACAB include Olaf? This is like that episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine where the horse gets gets more attention than Jake or something. No. It took him a while to get there. He is inspecting the troops. It's very important. No, now I just want to watch. I just want to watch animal videos. No, don't do that. Don't. No, May. Don't just watch animal videos. Cause there's a Meet the Avalanche Rescue Dogs of Mount Bachelor. I'm queuing this up for myself for later. Oh, I'm gonna crack that one open like a cold one, boys, after the stream. No, because I want to learn about this tank. Right now is our education time, and then we can have a little break. Because these are so cool. This is a cute tank.
In today's episode, the R-35. In the interwar period, France was making do with basically two kinds of tank. The FT and its descendants.
Is that the size of the
D1 and
tank?
D2. The D1 was a little bit inadequately armored. The D2 was too heavy to perform the light tank role that the FT was performing. It really only existed as a backstop to the B1 program. There the situation remained until 1933 when Hotchkiss got a little bit bored of waiting for the French government to issue a set of requirements to replace the FT, and it started its own program. This nudged the French Armaments Advisory Council into action.
Also, I'm just going to pause. If you guys want to recommend videos, I really appreciate it, and thank you so much. I do have a list of videos that Rax has given me, so we're going to blast through those first before I looking at any other videos. And as always, I will probably follow my ADHD, so I may not get to it today, but I really am enjoying learning about tanks quite a lot. They're very cool vehicles.
Set of requirements. It was going to be a two-man tank, 8 to 10 kilometers an hour, 3 centimeters of armor.
Bro is 6'5".
And a machine gun or two, and maybe a small caliber main gun. In effect, this was an FT replacement, a direct descendant. Renault came on board with the ZM prototype.
Renault.
However, the requirements were changing rapidly, more rapidly than Renault could keep up with. Testing with the French 25mm anti-tank gun indicated that perhaps 3 centimeters was too weak and you needed 4. However, Renault was either fixing bugs or improving the tank. It couldn't do both at the same time, and eventually things came to a head with German rearmament.
Oh, so like one guy made this tank? Like one guy designed this tank?
And the decision was made to simply build the Renault as it worked, as opposed to the Renault improved to the requirements.
A company. Ah. Oh, kind of how they say DeLorean. Right, that makes sense. Or, yeah, I guess any car. Okay. Renault is a company. Do they make regular cars? They're a major car manufacturer?
The whole consists of 3 major parts that have been bolted
Guys, I know like 2
together.
car manufacturers.
And as you can see, it's got a very good slope at the
How many car manufacturers can I name? Ferrari, Porsche, Ford, Hyundai, Honda, Subaru, Renault. Oh, they make F1 cars too. They have an F1 team. Right? No, don't type them in chat. What? That's cheating. Don't type car manufacturers in chat. Bad. But I saw Nissan, so the Nissan Altima. I can name them like based on like the Subaru Outback, the Nissan Altima, Ford F-150. That's all the car companies that I know. Wait. Is Bugatti? Do they make cars? Or do they make motorcycles? Both? I think that's 8? Both. Okay. That's what I thought. So they named the team after their luxury brand. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, I'd forgotten about Mercedes. Okay, Bars. I told you to stop typing them in chat, dude. I'll time you out if you keep doing it. Bugatti. Bugatti makes cars. Ducati makes bikes. Wait, did I really do that? Did I just like smush 2 of them together? Oh no. in my new Bugatti. Honda CR-V. I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah. Listen. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. No, I didn't say that.
Front. The problem is that casting technology was still rather in its infancy at the time, and the armor wasn't what it should have been. Testing showed that it was vulnerable not only to 25mm anti-tank gunfire in places, some places you could punch through with 8mm AP. Components on the front. On the left-hand side, you start off with a rear-view mirror. A neat feature you don't often see in tanks at the time.
That's
a little
cute.
bit further inboard, we have the siren, and then further forward of that, we have a light with the sheltered housing for low vision.
Oh.
The asymmetric nature of the
Where in the Discord do you post recommendations? That's such a good question. I can show you. Okay, it may be not everyone has this apparently, so in I think it's channels and roles, you can go over to this side and click follow category, or you can like click on them individually to make sure that they show up for you. And I think everyone has access to this. I have done my best to make sure that all channels are added, but it is in our suggestions box over here. So here's the suggestions box. It's got May look at this, recommendations, merch, emotes, and then month of May. So this is just, and it should be stacked between the back garden and the warp. I don't know why if you guys have you guys have the permission to view it, so I don't know why it's not automatically included in your view. And it's so hard to like it is. What's crazy is that like it's in, if we're looking on, this is the default channels, it's included in default channels. I don't know. Quobin, thank you so much for 30 months. That's so crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. Holy schmoly. Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, this is legitimately the default channels every member will see in their channel list when they join. Members can add more channels using customization questions, but like, you guys, this should technically be included when you join. I don't really know. What's that cool red option do? Nuh-uh. I've worked hard to have an almost 700 member Discord where you guys post your little Warhammer memes, and your little regular memes, you know. If they were there before you added them to the default, they won't get it. See, Ash, that stinks, because if I make new channels, they just don't get added. Oh, so like what does Discord expect me to know and understand exactly what my community needs as it, like, before it grew? Oh, it's just like, it's so gross.
The tank is visible. The driver is on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is the gearbox, which then connects forward to the steering system, to the sprocket wheels at the front of the tank. As you come around to the side of the tank, we're going to start off with the sponson bin. It's a push-button release system, a little bit unusual. It's not a huge bin. It's really just going to be some of the tools that you'd use to maintain the vehicle. Further forward, you'll see the marker lights, which seem to be relatively common on French tanks at the time. They're amber at the front,
nice.
Red at the rear, and they'll basically simply at night mark out the outside edges of the tank. Moving further down to the running gear, it is basically a development of the AMR 35 light tank that Renault had been building previously.
Taps tank. This could hold so many. You could put so many baguettes in this bad boy.
Single pair of road wheels, a sort of a horseman suspension system. Further forward, it has, I guess I'll call it a half bogie. It's a simple single wheel on a bell crank. The tracks are single pin, very short pitch with guide horns on the outsides. To change out the track pin, they're held in place by a little plug. You knock out the plug and then you can have the pin come out on the other end. That's it for the side. Next to back.
They structure this like it's a History Channel TV show.
As you can expect with a tank this small, trench crossing capability was considered to be a bit of a problem. The solution was the same as its predecessor tank, the FT. They added a tail to many of these little Renaults.
It basically is. I mean, that's the demographic,
gap.
people who watch
that, right? If it had
right?
a tail, the spare wheel would be mounted on the tail instead of on the back door here. The exhaust you can see comes out the back of the tank, comes around to the left, forward to the muffler, and then back out again. Behind the two doors, which we've already unbolted, you're going to see the engine on one side.
Whoa.
And the cooling
It's
system
right there.
Is on the other. The engine is a 5.9-liter four-cylinder, puts out about 85 horsepower, gets the tank to about 20 kilometers an hour. Not exactly blinding speed, but this was an infantry tank. It wasn't really supposed to go much faster than the infantry.
Is 85 horsepower a lot?
It was supporting in the first place. You can also see an interesting feature here is for the hand crank where it meshes in to the crankshaft down here through this little port. On the left-hand side, you're going to see the belts which drive the radiator fan. It's a water-cooled system. And here we have one of the wrenches used in the track tensioning system, which is underneath here. Pull out a cotter pin. Undo this retaining
85
bolt.
Bakashins
It
pulling you
loosens
along?
up the teeth, which are here, and it allows you to then adjust the tension by use of this bolt down here. When you're done,
Yeah, the gas
obviously
mileage
reverse the
must have sucked.
process, off you go. Two ports on the left-hand side on the rear deck. The first one here is a fuel filler cap. It is a self-sealing tank, 166 liters. Gets the vehicle all of about 80 kilometers of range. Not
80
fantastic.
kilometers on
Further forward is
166 liters.
the
Wow.
cap for the radiator. Nothing particularly dramatic about that. Insert coolant here.
The paint job's really
The
cool.
turret is a standard one. It's the APXR, and it is in common with the Hotchkiss of the same era. It has a couple of significant features. The first is the lack of a turret door. The way in and out is this little thing at the back here upon which I am seated. The other significant feature is the cupola, the little dome at the top, which is completely inexplicable to me, and I don't know what they were thinking. It does rotate so that your single little vision slit can see whatever it is that you want to see within limits. The poor man is stupidly overworked.
As much as
The
it boils my
merits
English
or
blood, the
lack
French
of
camos
merits
are
of the
quite
one-man
pretty.
turret are long debated. Suffice to say, it does have the advantages of being small, hard to hit, well armored for the weight, and if you wanted it to, it could fit on an FT or a D1 or something like that. And that about ends the list of merits. Communication is not a problem because there isn't any. If you are not the command tank, good luck trying to see what your commander is trying to tell you through either that little slit at the front or maybe on the sides of the turret. And if you were lucky enough to have a radio, which was not common at all, the ER-54 would be down in the hull in the stowage bin. The gun is a 37mm SA-18, and it was chosen primarily for economic reasons. Firstly, there was a whole lot of ammunition already sitting around French storerooms. Secondly, even a lot of the guns didn't need to be built. You simply take them off the old Renault FT tanks that are being decommissioned and mount them straight onto the new turret. In terms of capability, the 37 perhaps left something to be desired.
Hi, welcome in.
The high explosive round could be compared unfavorably to an M203 40mm grenade launcher like you might find underneath a rifle today, and the armor-piercing round was even worse. It did about 2 centimeters. Famously enough, a few vehicles got upgunned with a longer-barreled SA-38 gun. This added a complete additional centimeter of penetration, bringing you up to 3, which quite frankly is pathetic. The remainder of the offensive firepower was conducted by use of the 7.5mm machine gun. Ammunition capacity in total was about 2,400 rounds of drum magazines for the 7.5
2,400 rounds.
and about 100 rounds for the 37. Because the AP round was so terrible, they didn't really carry many, and the vast majority, maybe 80%, was high explosive. There seems to have been
So
little...
are they like loading the gun on the inside? I guess there is like a guy sitting in there like kind of loading the ammo into it. Okay. I mean, it's 3 centimeters, but it has some serious girth. You'll see it. Okay. We are learning about tanks. No problem. Thank you.
Practical standardization on tactical markings. Prior to September 39, it was common. The battalion within each regiment, or 2 battalions, was determined by the color, blue or red. The company was determined by the card suit, and the platoon was determined by a background shape, either a circle, a square, or a triangle. Afterwards, there was a change. Companies now would be determined by the color, the platoons by the card suit, although a company commander would have all 4 suits painted on the side of his tank. There was one unit, the 23rd BCC, that said to heck with it all, and simply invented its own system of lines and V's, and even to this day, nobody's ever been able to decipher it.
Okay, we're gonna pause before the next section because I have ads coming up. I'm gonna take a a quick break to go to the restroom and grab some more water. I've been doing a great job of hydrating. So thank you guys for all the You Have a Body redeems. I will be right back. Thank you guys so much for waiting. I needed to go get water and also some peanut butter pretzels. That took a minute longer, so. Am I also into World War I and World War II tanks? I don't know yet, honestly. We'll find out. All right. I'm gonna eat my peanut butter pretzels while we watch this, so if I say something I might sound like I have peanut butter in my mouth, because I do. All right.
Inside, I am trying to think of the correct super.
A bit about our presenter here. Nicholas Moran, the chieftain. He's an Irish-born U.S. Army colonel and armored vehicle combat veteran. He's a published academic on the subject of U.S. armored vehicle history and was for a time the official historical consultant for the video game World of Tanks.
He also plays Imperial Guard. Is such a... I love that. Thank you. Look at this pose, too. He's mogging us right now, chat. He's mogging us. Honestly, I thought you were going to say he plays bolt action.
Superlative to describe the ergonomics of this fighting position. I am torn. I don't know if it's atrocious, god-awful, or horrendous, but suffice to say, this is a death trap. So, my first problem was simply getting in through the hatch at the back, and this locking lever, which is supposed to lock the hatch in place, of course, will dangle right down, and let's just say the family jewels were in danger as I came in. Having successfully negotiated this obstacle, the next problem was the fixed recoil guard. In fact, it's double purpose. It's not just a recoil guard, it is also the system for aiming. This does not move out of the way or anything. The best you can do is up or down. And that was the next obstacle for the various parts of my anatomy to avoid. Once I came down in, there is no seat. I'm seated on some component of the engine which I'm probably not supposed to be seated on. The closest thing he has is a sling. There's attachment points on each side for a leather sling, which could be used. Yeah, I don't know if you would or not. The rest of the controls, well, he does have a regular hand traverse on the left, nothing too astonishing there. The elevation is controlled.
It seems quite not ideal,
Matilda.
yeah.
It's two hand grips with a trigger on the right hand side and a shoulder mount for elevation. The sight is mounted to the left and the 7.5mm machine gun is mounted on the right. The vision dome on the top, in order to rotate it, because there's no handles or anything, he actually has to use his head. His helmet will mesh up with this dome and he can look around using that. I don't know what they were thinking. They're obviously trying to do things on the cheap, but still, I don't know what they were thinking. Suffice to say, my feet are well up on the floor.
That's
on the
so
right-hand
goofy.
side is the power shaft. Directly behind me, without a firewall, although I don't know if there is supposed to be one or not, is the engine bay. This is a runner, so they may not just have it installed for maintenance purposes. Ammunition will be stowed on the right and the left. It will be stowed angled on the right and vertical on the left. Outside of that, he's got a couple of vision slits on the sides. There used to be originally dare scopes in the original, say 50 or 100 vehicles, and then they changed to the more traditional vision slits. And that's all I'm going to say for this. It's God help any tank commander, let alone any officer who's in here trying to control the tank. Oh, by the way, there's no intercom. You're used to using physical contact to direct your driver. Try to see where you're going, grab ammunition from down front, load it into the tube, aim it, fire the coax, and try to avoid running into holes in the battlefield. I have no words. I'm going to sit in the driver's seat.
Tanktism. I'm hoping to catch the tanktism, you know, by osmosis.
then I move forward from the commander's position to the somewhat more luxurious driver's position. That's somewhat, it's a relative term. I am seated on a cushion on the hull floor, and thus my feet are about as high as my posterior is. Even at that, my knees barely clear the front panel. This is a two-piece hatch, and you can see how reassuringly thick this is with the, at least it's a reasonable slope.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And of course, the upper visor is supposed to come down. It's held in place by a little friction lock here. You unscrew this, you pull down on this, and you pull. That's the idea. However, I suspect nobody has been crazy enough to try to drive this vehicle in the last 70 years with the visor down. It seems to be stuck in place. If that lack of visibility...
Actually, they wouldn't let this man be in this tank because he's, fucking gigantic. I love the idea of that, of them being like, no, sorry, honey. But I mean, I guess they do that with submarines.
It wasn't enough, and you felt you wanted even less. What you could do is you could block up your vision ports, one on each side. So you were just stuck now with the one direct forward. I got nothing. The three pedals are, as you would expect, the clutch is on the left, the brake is in the middle, and the accelerator is on the right. And the brake activates a single brake band, which appears to be
single
leather.
brake band, okay.
And it's the reason I can tell this is that the brake itself is approximately 6 inches to my right of my foot. The power shaft comes all the way from the gearbox just behind the turret forward to the brake and then into the steering system front and right. The gearbox itself is a 4-speed, so reverse forward, first back, second, third, and fourth. And the steering is conducted by use of these two horizontal grip tillers. And I don't like these for two reasons. Firstly, it's going to get in the way of your legs. Secondly, I just naturally prefer a vertical tiller instead of a horizontal one. And given how many vehicles later in life had vertical tillers, I suspect I was not the only person to come to that conclusion.
Like total.
Really isn't very much else to say about the driver's compartment. All in all, I think this tank is not one that you would want to get shot at in, and even worse, one that you would have to get out of in a hurry. There's no spring loading on this.
A lot?
I had to have help just to close it.
Huh.
I got nothing. I'm gonna get out.
I mean, I've driven no tanks, so I think he's way ahead of me. I would be so scared to drive it. I can't even drive a van. They scare me.
A number of versions of the R-35 were made, varying from mine clearers to fascine carriers. There was one combat development, the R-40. This was an elongated chassis, had a raised idler, and a new suspension designed by APX. There was something of a throwback. It consisted of vertically sprung multiple subcomponent bogies. About 130 of these were made. Production of the R-35 itself in total is, like other French tanks that were being produced as fast as possible, a little bit uncertain. 975 or so were delivered to the French army by the start of the war. This consisted of 21 51 tank battalions, plus an additional number in training and maintenance, reserve, and so on, plus 40 or 45 that were serving overseas. In addition, about 200 had been created for the export market, and they saw service with Poland, Yugoslavia, Turkey, and Romania. The Germans and Italians, of course, like any other tank that they captured, pressed it into service themselves. And curiously, they had some of the most successful results in the Balkans. The reason being that this was somewhat mountainous terrain, and these diminutive little vehicles were able to get up the small trails. And they were sufficiently well armored to be able to deal with pretty much anything that could be manhandled up those hills. The tank did continue to see service with the Free French and Vichy French, not in that order, in North Africa and Syria, and some of the Syrian examples indeed were captured and used by the Australians. Overall, the tank cannot really be considered an astounding success. Now bear in mind, part of the problem was just the way it was used. This was an infantry support tank. It was parceled out, it was designed to be a supporting effort, not a primary punch in itself. Now, for what the French were trying to build by the doctrine, this actually did pretty well. The problem was that the French were building for the wrong kind of war. That was the R-35, and we'll be back in Simur for the next one. See you then.
I love that the top comment is, I'm getting the idea that Chieftain hates this tank. What did they say? Hate is a strong word. Disapprove may be better. Honestly, disapproving of a tank feels like the disappointed, not angry. Do you know what I mean? Also, I gotta get a Natura Pine cinnamon flavor. Ooh. Ooh. Good Natura Pine. Hopefully you'll be able to use code Gremlin soon. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not angry, I just disapprove. Couldn't you just chew on a cinnamon bark? Ugh. That's too strong. A physical contact to communicate with the driver? Let me guess, in a noisy tank, that would be a kick with a boot. That's good. Alright, what's up next? Bow, bow. Oh, weird. Okay. If it's okay, I don't think I want to watch the cinematic short film on how a defensive war could start for Finland from POV of military. Not because it's not good, but, or, you know, I might not like it. I'm on that tank grind. Yeah.
One of the first things you see as you walk into the tank museum.
He usually likes to do a test he calls Oh Bugger, the tank is on fire, which is a test to see how quickly you can get out of the tank in an emergency. He didn't do that for this one for obvious reasons.
Yeah! I feel like he could have died. Not died, but gotten seriously injured. It would have just cut to like a cinematic smash, you know, like a sweeping camera angle of him in the hospital with like a giant gash in his leg.
At Bovington is this sign. It's a funny little triangle with firepower, protection, mobility at each tip. And this triangle, in essence, has been the basis of every single tank design ever made. It is the difference between light, medium, and heavy tanks. It showcases the unique characteristics of a tank destroyer, and it does a very good job of showing why the main battle tank dominates the modern battlefield. I'm sure you've heard all these classifications before, but what do they actually mean? What can a heavy tank do that a medium tank can't? Why make light tanks at all? Are tank destroyers even tanks? Will this intro ever end? Today we dive head first into tank classifications, the Iron Triangle, and common misconceptions about both. Strap in. This video is sponsored by World of Warships. World of Warships is a free-to-play game available right now for PC, and it's a game where new, free content is released every single month. Whether it's new ships,
sponsored by
nations,
World of Warships,
cosmetics,
but
or
not
even
World of
ship
Tanks.
classes, there's always fresh gameplay to enjoy in the game's stunning 12 versus 12
Aren't they made by the
online
same
arenas.
people?
And sometimes this content is even
That's
part
kinda
of
funny.
collaboration, like Transformers.
That's an eagle,
Azure
not a
Lane,
ship,
or
actually. Thank you
Megadeth.
so much.
World of Warships has more than 40 unique maps to play on, all of which are stunningly modelled with dynamic weather, new water effects, and new textures.
If
so
I
you can
played
look
this game,
sharp
I would
on the
die
high seas.
immediately.
And you can play your way, with a number of unique ship classes to choose from. Are
Are
you, a
you
nimble
guys, like,
destroyer,
anti-boat?
a brawling battleship?
You
Are
guys
providing air
anti-ship?
support from far away as a carrier? It's up to you. And just as a cherry on top, the game is also available on console. So what are you waiting for? Use my link in the description and use the promo code BRAVO to get a
Wow.
huge free starter pack with 500 doubloons, 1.5 million credits,
Chat's
7
full of
days of premium
haters.
time, and a whole ship. But yes, the first and maybe the most critical thing to understand is that tanks are heavy. Guns are heavy, engines are heavy, and crucially, armor is heavy. And in essence, that is the crux of the Iron Triangle. Every tank design in history is a balance of these three things: firepower, protection, and
Aircraft
mobility.
carriers are cool.
You can't have all three. For example, say you put lots of armor onto your tank to enable it to take lots and lots of punishment. This would move the design this way on the triangle, increasing protection because, obviously, more armor, but decreasing mobility as armor is heavy and the vehicle will therefore be slower. And these trade-offs in the early part of the 20th century led to the creation of three main classifications of tanks: light, medium, and heavy. Light tanks were usually for reconnaissance and light infantry support roles, so they're relatively small and fast. High mobility. Because they needed to be small and fast.
Okay, but I thought that these guys had too small guns to be tanks. Oh, but it's the use.
Pretty much
it's
ruled
gender.
out high caliber guns, which required a large turret and therefore were a lot heavier. So light tanks had relatively low firepower. They also, on account of being fast, couldn't have much armor, so they were also lightly protected.
Okay.
These trade-offs weren't always consistent. For example, the Soviet BT tank would be...
Would you guys be okay if I did the ADH thing of speeding it up by 1.25? I'm not going to subject you guys to my usual absolute torrent of information, aka 2 times the speed, but could I just do 1.25? He's going a little slow for me. Okay.
be about here. Decent firepower and incredibly mobile, but with extremely limited protection. Whereas the M3 Stuart would be about here. Decent firepower and pretty good mobility, while staying somewhat protected. Both light tanks, but different philosophies. On the other end of the scale we have the heavy tank. Mobility, no. These vehicles are large, slow, and usually mounted incredibly large guns. They would be brought up to destroy any enemy tanks or big fortifications while shrugging off incoming fire. So they had high protection and high firepower, but low mobility. Think IS.
Okay, so I have a question. How big of a gun do you need to pierce a tank? Can you pierce a tank? Let's say you were looking at the typical battle tank, right? The one that fills all 3 of those. Right? The battle tank. Is there a caliber high enough? Let me go find a tank. Okay. What's like a modern tank? What about the Challenger 2? Let's look at this bad boy. Looks like a real solid guy. Is there a gun that go boom enough, big boom enough, hard enough? 120 millimeter. Okay. I know today's not gun day. I know it's not gun day, but give me a little bit of wiggle room. So you're saying that only a tank round could pierce a tank? Oh, God. This is so
The
goofy.
M1147 Advanced Multi-Purpose Round, or AMP, is a 120mm next-generation multi-purpose round designated for the Abrams M1A2 main battle tank for the U.S. Army. Developed by Northrop Grumman in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the M1147 replaces 4 tactical rounds, outperforming them all and increasing versatility.
How is this not a parody?
Survivability. The M1147 simplifies load planning and maximizes stow kills by reducing the number of types of rounds the tank crew needs to carry. Combat loading the multi-purpose M1147 reduces risk that a first round engagement will occur.
I was looking up what you meant by 120 millimeter. Because in my brain, I was like, oh, there's got to be a gun. A gun I could hold in my hands that I could shoot that would pierce the round of it, like that would pierce the armor of a tank. But I mean, that maybe that's not true. Because Northrop Grumman couldn't parody themselves if they tried. What is a javelin? Okay, Rhine metal. That was spelled incorrectly, but I got there. What's the biggest gun? I'm Googling this. What's the biggest gun? What's the biggest gun you can shoot in your arms? APILAS. It's so funny to type what's the biggest gun into Google. Okay, I think what's disappointing in my brain is that it's just so much bigger than I envisioned. Do you know what I mean? It's a question of all time. What's the absolute largest round a handheld gun can fire? Why is this marked as not safe for work? By handheld, I mean anything a human can physically pick up without it being strapped to a vehicle or bolted into the ground. I probably should have worded the title better. No, I understood you immediately, dude. .950 JDJ. What is that? What is that? .950 JDJ gun.
This is the 950.
Just shoot the gun, brother.
Oh. I don't know what to do with this hand.
Just shoot the gun, brother. I thought I was ready for it. He's a big man, yeah. Where is that? Lati AT rifle? Is this the guy who had a 50 cal blow up on him? No, but I did see that guy. He doesn't like shooting the JDJ? That's just the most powerful rifle. There are bigger guns. No, this was
While this is semi-auto,
I
it
don't
does
think so,
lock open
no.
after every shot. And to release the bolt, you depress the grip safety. Ka-chunk. Once
Oh, this is
that
an
has
anti-tank
been
rifle.
depressed, you hold it down, and when you pull the trigger, it fires. Now, if you want to manually open the bolt, you have this crank handle. Push that in to unlock it, and then 2 full revolutions or so. Lock the bolt open, release the crank handle, and now you're good to go.
Holy mother of God.
No hand in front of the trigger guard. Here we go. These are really fun.
I kind of love it when gun people shoot a gun, you know, in like a shooting range, and then they're like, heh 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 heh, guns are cool, you know? He's like, heh 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 heh. I love it. Gun Jesus is great. Forgotten Weapons sounds like a cool channel. That's super sick. Okay, no, this helped.
Or tiger. They'd be somewhere here. The British did something a bit weird though, and traded some firepower for even more protection in a concept they called the infantry tank. The thinking was that the vehicle would be supporting infantry, so it didn't need to move much faster than walking pace. It was also designed to fight enemy infantry and emplacements rather than enemy tanks, so there was less of a need for a huge anti-tank gun, and instead they packed on even more armour. Think Matilda II or the Churchill. They weren't great at destroying enemy tanks, but enemy tanks also had a lot of difficulty destroying them. So, light tanks and heavy tanks would take up the extremes of the Iron Triangle. You're very clearly sacrificing one or more attributes for another. No tank with excellent protection could realistically be fast, and no tank with excellent mobility could realistically be well protected, and there was a little bit of flexibility in terms of firepower. But in the middle of the Iron Triangle lies the medium tanks. Medium tanks are the equivalent of picking Mario in Mario Kart. They're jacks of all trades, but masters of none. Their design philosophy tends to try and balance mobility, firepower, and protection. Essentially, the designs were always just about armoured enough to protect the vehicle from most threats, with a gun just about big enough to deal with most threats, in order to retain as much mobility as possible. These vehicles were meant to form the backbone of most armoured forces, powerful and protected enough to blast through enemy defences and deal with most enemy armour, while fast enough to exploit these gaps once they did so. These are your Shermans, T-34s, and Panzer IVs. Again, the Brits used a slightly different classification with less armour but more mobility, and called them cruiser tanks. These were meant to replace the cavalry, using their speed as protection and using it to drive into enemy territory. Cruiser 2, 3, 4, and to a lesser extent Cromwell were all decent examples of this. It did mean there was a massive gulf between their infantry tanks and their cruiser tanks, and it was certainly an interesting design doctrine. So, there we have it. You now know the general premise of light, medium, and heavy tanks. You'll notice they haven't actually mentioned weight other than in terms of mobility, but light and heavy definitely imply weight. While heavy tanks are usually heavier than medium tanks, and medium tanks are usually heavier than light tanks, this isn't always the
Are all the Warhammer tanks based on specific, like, real-life tanks?
case. These classifications may have been about weight when they were first developed in the 1920s, but even by World War II they were strictly doctrinal terms, more about how the vehicles were deployed on a tactical level than their actual mass. For example, the American M24 Chaffee was designed and deployed as a light tank, but weighed a lot more than the Japanese Type 97, which was designed as a medium tank.
Specifically nonsense.
Anyway, those three are all about trade-off, and how making these trade-offs on the Iron Triangle can allow different designs to succeed in different roles. Now we're going to go off the beaten path a bit and talk about tank destroyers, many of which aren't technically tanks, but I'll explain more later. Tank destroyers were popularised in the Second World War, when it became clear to many that tank armour was increasing at a pace which was much faster than their armament, and it became a necessity to deploy large-calibre, high-velocity anti-tank guns in a more mobile role, usually on the back of utility vehicles or less critical tank chassis. And it will become clear quite soon that my beloved Iron Triangle has some limitations. I'm going to split tank destroyers into two sort of subcategories that I've made up. So we have classic tank destroyers and modern tank destroyers. Classic tank destroyers were designed for tank-on-tank combat. They often had very large guns, mounted in a casemate structure, with a large amount of frontal armour to enable them to absorb hits from the tank they were trying to destroy. This would put them in a similar zone as the heavy tank. But classical tank destroyers very rarely have a turret, and instead use a casemate. This was a lot lighter and roomier than a turret, but came with the trade-off that you were a lot less flexible. You could only shoot directly in front of you. Examples of these would be the Stugs, Jagdpanzers, as well as the SU and ISU series. They have high firepower, high protection, and decent mobility, but it does come at the cost of flexibility and ergonomics, a trade-off that the Triangle does not really recognise. Anyway, the other type are the modern tank destroyers. These are designed to outmaneuver enemy vehicles on both a strategic and a tactical level, rushing to meet an armoured advance to engage enemy units with their powerful guns. So, these vehicles would trade protection for firepower and mobility, sort of like a light tank. The Americans championed this concept, with their M18 Hellcat being an excellent example. Extremely fast, little armour, and a powerful gun, usually mounted in a turret to allow the vehicle to remain flexible on the battlefield. Specification-wise, these will look suspiciously similar to a light tank, but will usually have less protection and a bigger gun. But like I said, it is less about the numbers and more about how they're used. I'd argue that vehicles like the Panzerjägers would also fall into this category, but these were less about the actual design and more about finding a way to use obsolete tank chassis. Anyway, I hope that makes some sort of sense, because I'm about to drop a bomb on you on my nice triangle. Just after the war ended, the British revealed a new tank, the Centurion. It had a large gun, it had great armour, and it was very mobile, thus defying the laws of the Triangle and ruining everything.
Okay, yeah, no, Rax, you're so right. We've got to stop saying that it's got a different doctrine, and we got to say that the tank has a different gender. It's like, I'm really liking this classification of tanks. Your brain is not absorbing a single word of this? Seriously? You guys don't think at this, at this rate? Not that it's better to think at this speed, it really isn't, but... I mean, all he's really said so far is that, like, tank destroyers are different. I can turn it back to a normal speed. He's gonna sound a little bit slower though. You can't hear it? I can turn it up. I ain't scared, I'll turn it up. It's as high as it'll go in YouTube.
I've just said. Welcome to the era of the main battle tank, or MBT.
Thank you, Myth.
As the Second World War had progressed, engines stayed roughly the same size and weight, but got a lot more powerful. Simultaneously, guns became a lot more powerful, but were much lighter and more compact. This meant that, for the first time, you could mount a lot of armour, a lot of gun, and remain mobile, creating, in theory, the perfect tank design. This was a very transitional period, and in the early Cold War, and even into the 1960s, countries would deploy light and heavy tanks alongside their MBTs, with heavy tanks mounting these monstrous 120mm guns and obscene armour, just to stay relevant. But as the MBTs started to mount compact but incredibly powerful guns like the L7 or the U5TS, while gaining light, composite armor that outperformed the heavy tanks, the heavy tank classification slowly ceased to exist. The MBT did it better, but cost and weighed a lot less. The MBT also had an effect on tank destroyers. The classic tank destroyer died with the heavy tank. You can mount a big gun and a lot of armor without sacrificing the turret, and MBTs were very capable anti-tank platforms. The modern tank destroyer still exists though, because in the 1950s and 60s, something fun was invented, the anti-tank guided missile. Now, even the smallest vehicle would be capable of tank destroying, and a tank destroyer could be any platform with a few ATGMs on top, be it an APC like the Swingfire or the M901, or an armoured car like the Humvee or the BRDM. At this point, some of these vehicles are hardly tanks at all, but I'm sure you could argue it. So what about light tanks? How are they still relevant? The fact is that there's still an advantage to being small. Drones and satellites are great at gaining information, but a light vehicle carrying some blokes with binoculars will always be indispensable. Another reason they still exist is that very few MBTs, if any, are air mobile. MBTs are fast, well protected, and pack a punch, but are usually very heavy, so cannot be dropped out of an aircraft to support airborne infantry. That's where the light vehicles like the Sheridan or the CVRT family came in. Not as capable perhaps, but light enough to be useful for infantry support or reconnaissance. That being said, the role of the light tank has been taken over slightly by infantry fighting vehicles, MRAPs, or heavy armoured cars, but they do still exist. So, there you have it. Tank Classification 101. I did see something online the other day that suggested that the iron triangle be replaced with a steel hexagon for modern
steel hexagon!
Lethality, autonomy, adaptability, connectivity, and survivability at the apexes, but that just doesn't seem as fun. How do you measure connectivity or autonomy? Don't answer that. Thank you again to all the warships for sponsoring this video and supporting the channel.
Don't answer that. This was great. Thank you so much. I liked this a lot. I feel like it was like a bit. It was pretty dry information, but definitely didn't mind that. We're looking at tank ammunition.
Hello, and welcome to the latest of our Tank Evolution series. This time, we're going to be looking at the development
I'm speeding
of
this guy
tank
up.
ammunition.
The Tank Museum.
This video has been made possible by our supporters on Patreon, our YouTube members, and our super thanks donors. Please join them if you can, and support the Tank Museum. And thanks for watching.
Also, since this is going to be an uploaded VOD, just a reminder that I have memberships available on YouTube. If you are someone who doesn't want to go over to Twitch, you can also support me over on YouTube. I don't exactly remember what the split is, but I think it's actually better than Twitch. Memberships help me a lot. I am a full-time content creator. I love learning about things and yada yada yada. This is my daily job and I am so blessed. All right.
To make sense of this, you have to understand that it's part of a complex process, a vicious circle of technological development, if you like. On the battlefield, a tank has a number of different tasks to fulfill, but a big part of it is obviously fighting other tanks. Now to do that, you need good tank guns and ammunition.
Okay,
of course
now that's like, that to me, that's a tank. That's a classic tank. That's a big boy right there.
To track that, armour improves. So guns and ammunition improve again, armour improves, and you can see it is a continuous
I feel like I've been seeing a lot of confusing looking tanks.
Now the first armour-piercing shells predate the tank by a bit over half a century. By the 1860s, warships were starting to include armour protection. So
Sherman
naval
Firefly?
guns needed to fire shells that could penetrate that. The first tank gun to see service was the Hotchkiss QF 6-pounder, used on British heavy tanks Mark I to Mark V in the First World War. This is in fact a naval gun design, but it's chosen for its availability and for the fact that it's compact enough to fit in a tank sponson. The shell fired was a 6-pounder semi-armour piercing round, what's known in the terminology of the time as common shell. And what that is a forged steel projectile with an explosive charge inside and a base fuse. 6-pounder is a British military and naval term, and it relates to the weight of the round fired by the gun. In fact, it dates back to the days of cannon and cannonballs and stuff like that. The other way to describe it would be the diameter of the bore of the barrel. So
wait, mate, you got a license for that there vtubing?
57 millimetres, 17-pounder to 76.2 millimetres, and so forth. Simple. Although the shell was designed for naval use, it was also effective against land fortifications such as pillboxes. The copper band you can see here at the base of the shell.
What's a pillbox? Land fortifications pillbox. Oh, it's one of those things. It's one of them there things. It's one of them's. Uh-huh. No, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Those are super cool. Feel like I've seen that in a game or two. Okay. Were designed to be prefabricated and transported to their location for assembly. Interesting. Formerly part of the Atlantic Wall? What is the Atlantic Wall? They built a giant wall? How did I not know that? What? I've literally never heard of this wall. What was a bit before your time? Oh, you're right, you're right. Not actually a wall. It's not literally a wall. Okay, hold on. Extensive system of coastal defenses and fortifications built by Nazi Germany between, I don't know if I can even say that word on YouTube, 1942 and 1944 along the coast of continental Europe and Scandinavia as a defense against anticipated Allied invasion of, that part of Europe from the United Kingdom during World War II. The remaining operation of the Atlantic Wall was administratively overseen by the German Army with the support of the Luftwaffe forces. The Kriegsmarine German Navy maintained a separate coastal defense network organized into a number of sea defense zones. Okay. Uh-huh. The wall was frequently mentioned in propaganda, where its size and strength were usually exaggerated. Bro, the wall's so big. It's an actual wall, we promise. God. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't want this stream to just be me literally reading a Wikipedia page, but also fascinating. I'm gonna be for real with you. I kind of forgot they'd gotten that far. Ooh. Ooh. I said that wall is the best wall I've ever seen, and the fake news called it a lie. Yeah, Finland wasn't like taken, right? I assume these are occupied territories. Now, hold on one second. No, I have to Google something because I don't know this. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know why Sweden wasn't colored in as occupied. Is this the longest you've looked at a map of Europe? No. I like to stare at maps sometimes. Do I retain any of the information? Absolutely not. Oh. I always thought that it was Switzerland that stayed neutral. I didn't know about Sweden also staying neutral. Yeah, I didn't know that they had gone so far down here. Like, I know about the whole invasion into France, encroaching upon the UK, like, but what in the world did I come into? I was learning about, what was I learning about? Oh, I was learning about pillboxes, and then I didn't know what the Atlantic Wall was. And so I was learning about the Atlantic Wall, and then I realized that I don't know if I've looked at a map in a long time of, you know, the occupied countries in World War II. Oh. Cool. The majority of the stuff that I know about World War II is what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, that's, you know, that's like the majority of where my knowledge is, because literally last podcast on the left did a 5-episode series about it. So no, that not American education. I didn't learn. I feel like when I was learning history, the thing that I was taught was that, and I think a lot of people feel this way in American education, like the main line that's touted is that, like, we were justified in dropping the bomb, and like it took me a long time to learn that, like, that's so untrue. And I think, like, I recently listened to the last podcast series on the bombs, and I agree with Marcus Parks' take that it was not true. That we didn't have to do it. But also, like, there's a bunch of, like, stuff that gets overlooked in public education as well. I think the firebombing was also one of, like, the awful things to learn about. It's a great podcast series. It's heavy. Real heavy. Obviously, but I don't think I feel it's that complicated, but it's true. Anyway, I'm done with that. We're learning about tank
That's
ammunition.
called the driving band. And what happens is, as it goes down the barrel, the rifling, the grooves in the bore, cut into that, and they give it the spin that lends it some stability. This one, as you can see, there are no grooves. It hasn't actually been fired. Then we've got the brass case here. That contains the propellant, and in this case it would have been stuff called cordite. And that, if you could see inside it, it looks like small bundles of spaghetti. And then round the base of the shell is a percussion cap. That is hit by the firing pin, and that sets off the propellant. Now, it doesn't actually explode, it burns very rapidly. It's combustion. And the gases produced force the shell down the barrel. The case and the driving band between them provide what's called obturation. And what that is they have the effect of sealing in the gases, keeping the pressure in the barrel as high as possible. And that produces maximum velocity. Apologies if that's a bit basic for quite a lot of you, but if you haven't had the opportunity to handle tank ammunition, you may not know what all the bits are and what they do. Tank versus tank fighting was just about unknown in World War I, one instance. But as we move into the interwar period and tanks become more like the fast-moving weapons of assault and exploitation we know today, the realisation comes that tanks will have to fight other tanks. Therefore, over the last century, a lot of the effort that's been put into the development of tank ammunition has been about developing better armour-piercing rounds.
Have you guys ever thought about how, like, 30K and 40K in their progression between how many Space Marines they're willing to literally just throw at stuff, like how that changes from, like, they throw a million bajillion bodies at it. I guess, like, depends on the country, but, like, I feel like in earlier wars in our timeline, we just used to throw bodies at it in the same way they did with Space Marines in 30K. And now, like, we don't throw bodies at it as much. I don't know, maybe that's not true. I just feel like maybe it's just because I get little snippets of it, you know? We still do. Okay. Okay. What do we consider? I'm thinking of like World War I versus like, I don't know, now. I don't even want to know how many regular human combatants the Imperium uses. That seems crazy. Yeah, like that. I guess like when I say earlier wars, I mean literally World War I is what I'm thinking about. I will say I'm not up to date on current wars. I think proximity to it makes it a lot freaking harder to digest. I try to keep up with some things, but it's yeah. Try to keep up with the general shape. A reminder of how bad it is, etc. Yeah. You gotta be careful consuming content about it because of algorithms and how they work. So like, I will like go look for updates on a private browser because I don't want my feeds to only be that. But I do think it's important to keep up with stuff. So our destructive capability outpaced our war tactics in World War I. It was not great. Yeah. Yeah. I think you should stay informed, but I do not think you should stay doomer about it. I think you should have the right level of respect for how bad things are. And I think that's a really difficult thing to understand. Also fart.
Rely on kinetic energy.
Okay, I'm gonna be so for real with you. I don't know if my attention span, because we are about 4 hours in, if my attention span can handle this video. It's a fine line to tread. It's a fine line to tread. World War I was a lot of experimentation. Yeah. I need like a... Oh. I think we might pause on the tank videos. I'll look in recommendations and see what we got, but I need to like, not vet these, but like, kind of need to vet these, I guess is an okay way of saying it. But YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching this condensed VOD. We may watch some others and it'll get thrown onto this, and this ending part won't matter. You can come watch me watch stuff like this sometimes. A lot of times I play video games or talk, but you know, I'm on twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae. Thank you so much for watching. Algorithms also go by IP and cell phone ID? Gross. Dude, maybe that's why Steam keeps recommending me those games. Oh, Methos, this video scares me. Fury scene, Sherman tank versus Tiger. Am I allowed to watch that on YouTube? I present the biggest gun. Can I tell you guys? Listen. Dylan, this is no shade to your recommendation, but Wojaks in a thumbnail. They don't worry me, but I think I grew up in an era. Oh, we could watch the movie. I grew up in an era where, like, the Wojaks were almost exclusively used by shock value people. What? That's so cool. Yeah, Uthor. I will watch that. They still are. It gets the spirit of being a tinker, right? Yeah, I like the thing is the funny thing is the Wojaks in the thumbnail work. So like they work.
Chat, your girl needs a
No.
nap. Peep my bestie, Zaddy Harry.
Chat, the vibes are rancid.
No.
This painting, Cape Cod Evening by Edward Hopper, has me literally screaming, crying, throwing up. The couple, they're in a swag gap relationship, absolutely speed running divorce. Mama has the ick so bad, she looks like she's about to legit unalive her husband. Meanwhile, Timu Ryan Gosling is trying so hard to get that dog's attention, but the collie is locked the F in on whatever's going down in the distance. The aura is low-key sinister. The landscaping is busted. The grass is about to gobble everything up. The trees are threatening to pop, lock, and drop it on that Victorian house. What does it mean? The artist isn't saying. Hopper could have been the CEO of Vague Posting. What do I think? The dog is mother, the whole plot hinge. Look where Hopper has placed Lassie. Dead center because she is the main character. She's torn between touching grass and soft girl season. Will she run back to her trad era? No, she's probably going to yeet into the woods and crash out. Lore drop. OG Lassie ran in the Saturday Evening Post in 1938, the year before this was painted. Hopper legit tracked down a collie to draw on Cape Cod, even though they were unicorn level rare. Divas, what's your take on the vibe? Pull up to the comment section and LMK your headcanon.
I hated that, but it was obviously written by someone who understands how to talk about a painting. It's crazy. It makes so much sense. I understand it. That's so wild. I hate that it worked. Oh, new Warhammer trailer.
Oi, lads, listen up! We's calling a war! The homies have smashed their way onto our turf. It looks like they brought some proper snazzy kits to the fight. Some fight proper sneaky.
Vampire Survivors but Warhammer?
With his claws, but that's nothing on our power claws. Oi, look at this one. He thinks he's dead hard in his battle wagon, but wait till the boys crack him open. Oh look, it's old Baylai. But ain't nobody meaner than orcs. Nah, not them. Yeah, him. The biggest, meanest, Nazgul Magorok Thracker, prophet of Gork and Mork. Wah!
God, I hate Games Workshop, but fudge, they do something right sometimes. If you're in the Discord juice box, it's in the made look at this, I think. It's launching on PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch 1 and 2, as well as Steam later this year. I want it right now, you idiots. Right now. Not later this year. I want this stupid game that I'm going to play for 50 million hours now. I want it right this minute. Give it. Please. I have to go wishlist it. No. No. Don't teaser me. Don't teaser. I want... Yeah, it's added to my freaking wish list, you idiots. Stupid. Bolt Gun 2's coming out this year? Well, we gotta play Bolt Gun 1 then.
Hey, she said she hates GW. There's no doubting your sincerity about your Warhammer fandom now.
It's so true. I hope it was never in doubt. Oh. Oh. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom and we got ads. So, unless I literally just sat through ads doing that. Did I play Vampire Survivor? Yes, and I played a bunch of Vampire Survivor hacks. Hacks? I will be right back. BRB. I found a video. I think it's a Sniper Elite video. Does anybody know if this guy's like chill? Is this guy chill? Can we watch this video? I want to see him. I want to see him hit somebody. Oh no? Okay, we'll find out.
Welcome back to Sniper Elite Resistance. I've just joined a random person single-player campaign mission as a no-good dastardly sniper hunter, with the sole purpose of hunting down their enemy player and executing them. Oh yes, oh that's delicious. I, however, will be doing it like a true sniper from as far away as possible. To do that, I'm using the best long-range sniper in the game, the Springfield, with a bonkers 16x scope, and will be spending much of my playtime running to ridiculously far-away spots to shamelessly ruin the campaigns of unfortunate sniper players. We begin on my favorite long-range sniper map with authentic difficulty. That means I have to account for wind and bullet drop myself, and I'm likely playing against a seasoned pro. A shot was fired. We have a clue. This guy's gone red now. Guess he's making a move through the village down there. That's 378 meters. This is probably more like 350 to be down here.
There?
Something is afoot. Oh,
In their
red again.
one-player game.
Oh, there he is. I think that was him right there. Okay, so he's rummaging around down the back. Is that guy gonna die? No, he's okay. Oh, that's him! Damn, I just spotted him by accident. Well, we got a mark on him at least.
Oh.
He is going up those stairs, surely. Oh, I actually hit him there. Oh my god, what an incredible shot across the map. On authentic, through a tree, into his... I don't know what that is. An armor.
I gotta hold on, what are the trailers for this game? I think I watched these.
Rated M for mature.
Italy, 1943. Behind enemy lines.
No, I did not watch this.
Timing is everything. There's a time to be stealthy. And a time to be lethal. A time to go low. And a time to go high.
Are they all World War II? I don't know.
A time
This
to
is
strike.
Sniper Elite 4. No.
And a time to move.
Dude, they can see your buttons.
Timing is everything.
Dang. Dang. I like any game that lets me be a sniper. I don't think I've seen the 5 one. The narrator is the love child of Churchill and the Emperor, is the first comment.
The steel wheels of
I do know about the one testicle.
war machine crush everything in their path. Fast, relentless, ruthless. They dominate and destroy, casting a vile shadow across mainland Europe. Now, we must strike back. Living, fighting, and killing in the shadows. Where most
In the shadows.
when they step into the the face of impossible odds, we shall smile and see an opportunity. We know the risks. If we do not take them, no one else will. We must be ready to make that sacrifice.
Whoa. Which one of those do I have? I have Sniper Elite 5. Yeah, I have Sniper Elite 5. I have that one. I do have a Hitman game called Hitman Sniper Challenge. What's Dishonored about? You guys got me to buy that one.
When you are near, my heart is at peace. Hurry home.
Yes, he's killed the Empress. I'll see you beheaded for this, Corvo.
Oh. Inspire blades in the dark, okay.
My dear Corvo, what a sad hand fate has dealt you. The beloved Empress dead, and everyone thinks you're the killer. But we know what really happened, don't we? You don't want to end your life to the sound of idiots cheering as your head hits the muck, do you? Let's see if we can do better. And to make things interesting, my mark. Consider it a gift.
Wish a magic man would mark me. Oof. That came off way more intense than I wanted.
All members of the Watch, we are now under high alarm. Stay alert and detain any suspicious person on site. Attention all citizens. By order of the Lord Regent of the City Watch, all contaminated buildings are strictly off limits.
Signs of sickness and plague must be reported to the authorities at once. By the laws of the Lord Regent, report all sleepers.
Seems like it'd be a cool tattoo. Whoa! It's oddly Warhammer coded if you look at it like an Eisenberg setting. I could see that. Sick!
The plague has increased my profits. As long as the disease stays among the poor, I don't see any reason to become upset. You, outside the door! What are you doing?
You had time to shoot him?
Enemy won't solve anything.
That's so funny. I don't really care about gameplay spoilers. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna play it anyway, so.
This is it. Trust me.
You know I do. Sony, I'm right where you wanted me. Now tell me I'm out of this goddamn town.
Nobody on you. I just caught surveillance cams.
Adios, Night City.
Should be back in the homeland by 2 a.m.
Yeah. What about you? Get your ticket out yet?
I hear the government's sealing a deal.
I told you. You're the president's favorite. You're gonna walk out of this on a red carpet.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, you deserve it.
I'm sorry, I'm not reacting. I'm taking it in.
You know what I'm thinking about right now?
Tell me.
I did start it, yeah.
First thing I'm gonna do when I get off this train is head right there. I swear those quesadillas come to me in my dreams.
Place sure sounds tasty.
Yeah. You were the one that took me there in the first place?
Yeah. I remember now.
Well, listen, when this is all over, you gotta take a break, you hear me?
They're so high quality.
Tell me, do you copy?
Sony. Songbird, what are you doing?
Somi, we got a passenger and he's carrying. I think we might be compromised. Can you hack the trap?
Songbird?
Somi.
So me, you want a pill? So me. Excuse me, Madam President.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. Wait a second. Whoa. You mean when when he said that Arasaka tried to kill him? It was Songbird the whole... I wonder if she even knows he's alive. Oh my god. Everyone shut up, I'm having a moment. This story's so good. Scream. God. Okay, I need to play Cyberpunk again. Is this a spoiler? I don't know if it's a spoiler. Sometimes they spoiler you in trailers, but technically we aren't playing Cyberpunk on stream anymore. I'm allowing that. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? They want me to upload a fucking ID. I'm sorry I can't watch your YouTube video, dude. The government is trying to collect data on me. I'm trying to verify via... Your age wasn't verified, okay? Yeah, I guess I'll give you my fucking credit card. Jesus Christ. I hate this world. What's so stupid is that this Gmail account, the account that I'm using on YouTube, they pay me money. They pay me money through this account. I'm sorry. What do you mean you're paying me money and you don't know I'm over 18? I gave you bank account information. Yeah, it's a business account. This is all in-game. Oh! He chopped that man in half.
Guards, to me.
The head? What's he gonna do with the head? I think he just took over that man's body. He did. No! That guy just barked a bunch. Okay. I think this is what they thought Hired Gun was gonna feel like. But with a gun. Oh! That was the most impressive one. The freaky whispering is taking me out, dude. That's crazy.
What's happened?
Oh! He repositioned him in front. Do you think he choreographed this? He had to have. Had to. It doesn't look like this when you play. you know, reasonable. His name is literally Stealth Gamer BR, so I think this is what he does. This is a full playlist.
I insist that someone speak to me. Oh. Can anyone hear me?
Are you okay?
Hey, you don't look so good. Got you now.
How long is this? He keeps this up for like 7 minutes?
Let me know if you want to gamble on the house.
Is this gonna be what your playthrough looks like? Yeah. Well, actually, I'm probably gonna kill way less guys. I'm a little bit more humane of an assassin, personally. It's actually Mae's second account. Less killing kinda cringe, bro. I don't know if I could take all of them out like this guy does. Welcome on in, Chargash. What a fun name. This makes me excited to play, though. Oh, loading the different sections is so funny.
Everything's secure here, sir. We have doubled the guards at every post. For now, I recommend you stay in the tower safely.
Everything's secure, sir. So secure.
Yes, Lord Regent. Remember your route fortifications. Secure.
Oh, it's so clean. Oh, it's so clean. The more or less chaotic you play, the later missions change. I don't know, I got so overwhelmed with all the choices in Hitman. I feel like I just need to play more Hitman. That was crazy. Thank you for sharing that. But, you know, guys, I got a lot of stuff I gotta do before I leave for my family reunion tomorrow. To go eat crawfish. And, so we're gonna be stopping now. We're gonna be ending half an hour early, I know. But I gotta upload a bunch of stuff. Let's help. Let's trade Bo. She's currently upside down, and I'm really feeling it. It was really, really fun. It was so fun today. I had a great time learning with you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I'm going to upload a video on Saturday when I'm gone. It'll probably be the I'm raiding Bo. it'll probably be the Necromunda React. I need to clear it with the Naturopine guy for my partnership because my face reveal... Okay, so I'm uploading my face reveal stream edited down to like 50-ish minutes. What's my fave tank? I liked the Sherman one. The Sherman one looked nice. Face reveal will probably go up on Monday, the edited video, so that you guys can hype it if you would like to. I mean, it would be so nice if you did. I'm like pushing my little fingies together. It would be so cool if you did. But yes. All right. I love you, Goobers, so much. I will see you again on Sunday. Please enjoy the video that goes up on Saturday. And please continue watching my shorts on YouTube. They're currently not doing the best, but I really do appreciate all the views that I do get. So, mwah! Bye!